This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Greetings everyone. A very well welcome to the Maasai Mara of Kenya. We have a clan of hyenas devouring a buffalo carcass. My name is Tim, and behind camera we have Big James coming to you live from the African wilderness. So now we have a clan of hyenas, big clan here. Yesterday, the River Pride managed to bring down a young buffalo. The buffalo was lame and not very old, so I don't know what happened last night, but it seems like they were driven away by these hyenas. It seems like a very big clan, almost all of them related. Now, a clan of hyenas can consist up to about 80 members. This seems to be like about 25 hyenas over here. We have small ones there, we have young ones, and we have, of course, the alphas that are fast on the carcass there. The buffalo carcass seems not to be completely devoured, but then hyenas do a very good cleanup job. I'm sure they're going to take rid of everything that is there, but they don't take off the bones, other than bones big like the hooves and the horns. Now we can see some hyenas on the edges. They have to wait for the big ones, or the alphas, to completely eat and get a fill, and then the rest ones join. Now we have a hierarchy in eating. So the alphas, or the big females, will take in first, and then the subordinates will come second. Now from a distance I can hear lions roar. I'm not sure whether they're coming here, but with this number of hyenas, no one is now trying to take a chance here. See, when lions make a kill, or maybe when hyenas come and push off lions from the kill, this is how hyenas extend their territory. So wherever there's a kill, hyenas mark that place, extending over the territory, which is a nice thing to see. So we're going to wait here and see what happens.
Jumbo, and a very good morning, everybody. How are you all doing? And we are here in another corner of the Maasai Mara, and as usual, nothing has changed. My name is David, and with me on camera is Bungay. And good to start with the kill of the hyenas, which was originally the kill of the River Pride. And we do not have a kill where we are, me and Bungay, but we got elephants right there. And there's a herd of elephants that I usually think will always come very, very close to our camp where we live, which is on that very high, up on the escarpment of the Olololo. And I'm sure Tim already told you, we are live and we love to hear from you with questions and comments at #WildEarth or at FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. And for the youngsters, kids' questions at WildEarth.tv. Now, this particular herd, we gave it a name, and we are calling it the Muzuri herd because we got two cows that we have identified 100%, myself and Bungay. And those two cows, one got squint tuskers, and there's another one that got a stump of a tail, no tail at all. Ellies, as usual, will feed very slowly, walking carefully, getting all they need. Yesterday, luckily or unluckily, we didn't have any rains, but the day before, we had massive rains. So I'm imagining the ground is still very wet. And that's part of the odor escarpment that Bunge is showing you. And it's once that way, not very far from there, that we live, is about 10 kilometers from where I am now. Beautiful light, great temperatures to look for the animals. My immediate plans are to go find out those 3 guards that brought that buffalo down, where they could have gone.
Well, David, I couldn't agree more. Here in South Africa, it is the exact same. It is a beautiful temperature, beautiful light, and, well, the perfect time to be looking at poo, really, as that's what we do on bushwalks a lot of the time. Anyway, before we look at the poo, my name is Tristan. On camera, I have got Niels this morning, and essentially what we're looking at is a big pile of poo that a lot of people get very confused about. If you look at the size of it, if I put my hand here, it is very, very, very large poo. Most people, when they see this, they immediately think to themselves, this is poo for a lion or maybe for a leopard, but it is not. If you have a look, you've got varying ages of poo here, which tells you immediately that this is actually a midden. This is a place where an animal is defecating regularly in order to mark territory. Now, lions and leopards don't do that. They just defecate randomly within their scent marking patrols, but they don't actually poo in one spot all the time. But what I really want to show you within this poo, and I'll tell you what animal it is now, is that the consistency of the poo and the nature of what it's eating is changing as time is going on. So if you look, there's this very old grey kind of whitish poo. Now, most of what's in there is hairs and little bones that you're seeing in this, all right? So if you look in these little cracks in it, you can see little bones in there. So that'll indicate that this is already an animal that eats meat. But if we look at a slightly fresher one, you notice that there is seeds. So this is an omnivorous animal. It's an animal that's got the largest anus to body ratio. So this is actually from a civet. But what's really cool about it is if you look on the sides of this old sort of pile of poo, you can see little shells, little rings, which I'm going to try and grab one for you. Come on. I don't want to touch it with my hands because you never know what can be in these things. I can't get them on this piece of grass. But anyway, there's little rings that are on the right-hand side here. Now, those rings are from a millipede, and these guys are one of the few that actually eat millipedes. Jackal does look a little bit like charcoal, doesn't it? Almost like the remnants of a fire. But these are one of the few animals that can actually process a millipede. And so we know that this dung, because we're in winter and we haven't had our summer yet, is actually from last summer when we had millipedes, when it had rained. So there we go. There's a little ring that you can see from the millipede's exoskeleton. And so we know that we can actually age this dung from the last time there was millipedes, which would have been probably February, March, somewhere there. So you can tell that this animal is coming here regularly through that period. And we know that this animal was actually even here last night. And you might be wondering why that is the case. But if you look here, there is as fresh a poo as you could possibly imagine. It's not still warm, but it is definitely from last night. I walked past here yesterday, and this wasn't here. So this particular animal has come here last night. So we know it's been coming here since March, February, and is defecating regularly every time it comes past, which is super cool to see. It just goes to show you how regular their routes will be. This particular animal at the moment is having a feast of fruits. You can actually see most of what it's eating at the moment is actually fruit rather than insect, and that's because of the time of the year that we're in. Insect numbers are very low at the moment, but fruit numbers are starting to increase. Looks like little jackalberries that are in there at the moment. So very cool to see, and just goes to show that a whole story can be depicted just from the poo of one single animal that is moving around in an area. Amazing, eh? Very large caliber as well for this particular animal too. Very, very cool. Right, we're going to try to see if I can find some ellies this morning. It's perfect conditions for an ellie walk. There's no wind today, so hopefully we'll have some luck.
Hope Tristan finds elephants on the bushwalk this morning. Now back to our hyenas here in the Mara. We have a friendly fire. We had some of them fighting over this carcass. Now, the high-ranking adults are the ones that get whatever they want to eat first, and then the rest follow. Now, the spotted hyenas can eat an average of up to 15 kilos of meat per sitting. That is an average of maybe sometimes when hyenas can get in a week. Look at how that one is aggressive. Now, spotted hyenas are great travelers. They may even cover about 40 kilometers in a night, or even up to 70 kilometers round trip. So possibly these have come from a very long distance away, because from where these lions made this kill, we didn't have a den here. So because hyenas can smell carrion for about even 5 kilometers downwind, I reckon they were attracted by that smell. And because hyenas are active at night, they patrol within the borders and overlapping territories of other smaller groups or other hyena clans. That's the reason why they came across this carcass. Because they're all curious, because they know this time lions are still active. So hyenas and lions clash. And whenever they see lions, they have to respect because of the food chain. Of course, the lion is on the top of the chain, of the food chain, and then followed by the hyena. See, that one has the intestine. Wow, lucky young one there. Then they keep on coming back and forth.
A very good morning from andBeyond, Phinda Private Game Reserve. We've just found that pride of lions that we were viewing yesterday with the rhinos, and look at all these cubs playing in this tree here. My name is Djuma, and behind the camera we've got Craig, and we are so happy that we found them nice and early. And look at this, they are just enjoying this fallen over tree here. That one is on some some very fine twigs there. Okay, look at this. Here's another one coming on. So there's 4 of them. Oh my goodness. How cute are they? Alright. So there's 4 of them, and there's one more that's somewhere in the long grass or so, and they've been very playful since we've gotten here. Gonna wipe the lens for a moment. Just make sure it's nice and clean. There we go. This one biting the twig or branch there. So these youngsters have been very playful since we've gotten here, and I think it's because it's nice and cool still also. But we are right in the open, and the females are just lying off to the side. And I think they'll probably move to some shade and thickets later on. We were hoping that we were going to find them on a carcass this morning, but seems like they haven't eaten anything yet. But I think we're going to stick around for now and see what these lions get up to.
Very, very warm welcome. Look at the scene that we have just stumbled upon. It's a mother cheetah with 4 sub-adult cubs. And there's a few jackal obviously scanning and trying to find a break into the defenses. Good morning, my name is Carl, and behind camera is David. Welcome to the wonderful Tswalu Kalahari. And what an incredible scene we've got going on over here. You can see the jackal coming in and out. All these cheetah close onto this kill. Jackal are very brave. Out of all the mammals, it has to be one of my favorite because of their sheer cunning ability. And we were just on our way out west, and in the corner of my eye, we basically picked up on one cheetah moving away from the kill. And upon turning around, there was another 4. We haven't been able to ID what they have taken down for breakfast, but they're really getting tucked in. So another mother working really hard. Oh, here comes another jackal on the right. Obviously, the olfactory senses of jackal are extremely acute. They have got a very, very sharp nose. And the smell of this carcass being opened up would only bring more and more jackal in. Eventually, when these cheetah move off, these jackal will actually compete against one another, and there'll be pairs here. They'll start marking, they'll start erecting the strip of hair on their back. It's a behavior referred to as piloerection. Excuse me. And that's all. And then obviously showing their teeth. That's all in the hopes of that you're going to drive off a competitor before you actually physically have to fight. Animals don't want to engage into conflict. You want to avoid that at all costs, because if you get injured, that could spell disaster. But mom will be very aggressive. If a jackal gets a little bit closer, you see she'll get up and chase them away. They're very cunning. I've seen them sneak up to lions, bite lions on the bum. I've seen them attempt, stealing pieces from wild dog kills. They are very cunning and very clever little animals. And it's really incredible that we've come across this. So I just heard a question there. It's a lot of cubs for this mom to have? Yeah. Angela. So there we go. Thank you, David. It's a lot of cubs for mom to have. Yeah. 4 is around about the mark. And it's pretty amazing to see at the stage at which these cubs are at now. Unfortunately, with all the other factors that a mom cheetah has to deal with, especially in the southern Kalahari, it is super hard for her to rear cubs up to adulthood, where they actually break away from mom. And that's anywhere between 15 and 18 months, give or take. It might vary depending on place and place. But for these cubs to be this old and big, she has done a phenomenal job. In this area, it is more than likely 50% of cubs will not make it to a year or less than a year before something happens. So 50% of cubs won't make it to their first birthday. And I mean, you can see all the cubs here are doing just fine. Look at the behavior of the jackal in the background there, guys. Look at the tail. And you can see them running basically around these cheetah. And what they're doing is trying to look for a little gap. And while they're doing that, the dominant individuals are busy scent marking now. And they're showing the other jackal, please beware. Oh. Obviously the jackal are lightning quick. Wow, wow, wow. How beautiful, my word. A little bit of vocalization going on between them. Let's just see what that young one does, smelling intently. That is the gem about being in the bush. It's just unwritten. Every morning. Wow. Have you guys heard the little territorial call? Vocalizing that I'm here, and that if anybody else wants to, fantastic, you guys can hear that, and if anybody wants to come in, you're going to have to deal with them. Oh my gosh. quite an amazing sound. So when it comes to vocalization, it's a really, really amazing tool. First and foremost, you can emit a message very quickly and over a great distance, but then also that message can be altered very quickly to send another bit of information to somebody else. And what they're doing now is they're just vocally establishing themselves here, and they can actually trick other individuals, because if you sound really big and really fierce, that's going to kind of deter and drive out other individuals from potentially coming in here, and then you're going to have competition, and you don't want that. You want to be sitting down at the dining room table and having a meal by yourself. You'll find they'll also give that beautiful yodel early evening, where a jackal will actually establish themselves before the onset of the night, just so that everybody is kind of spaced out and then they know what's going on. Wow. You can see the part of the stomach there. It's trying to get into something else. They would have started around the rump. Around the rump and the hindquarters, they would have basically broken away from the hindquarters and they would have started feeding on the back legs. Obviously, the dental structure, when it comes to cheetah, they need to get into a spot where they can break the skin and then they start eating into the rump first and foremost. Seems like he doesn't want to be at the dining room table with everybody else. And how nice that everybody, like a big family, sitting down enjoying the meal together. So that's the one thing about being in the bush. It is just a blank canvas every single day, every day. And things like this, and even the smaller things, it's just, you've got to take everything as it comes. From the tiniest insect, even taking a look at microbes, understanding microbes within the soil, to the stuff in the atmosphere. It all makes everything possible. From the larger carnivores to the primary consumers, to the grass, the birds, you name it. It's a little bit of a cliche, but everything is connected. It is interwoven so tight and so beautifully, it's incredible. But coming out here and being able to just explore and understand is fantastic.
Good morning from Chitwa this morning. We have came here hoping to catch Sibui's son, but I think he has gone south and we will not be able to see him, I'm afraid. So my name is Lauren, I do have BK on camera, and we're just admiring Chitwa Dam as the sun is starting to go up. But actually the sun is very high up in the sky now, and the hippos are of course relaxing in the water, as they always are. Now, just an update, the hyena den was not active, not a soul was present, which is rather disheartening for me, but I think I might keep trying. It's a very cold morning here. BK and I have just been discussing it's almost like winter. Are you two hugging? That's very sweet. You don't normally see hippos being too tender with one another. But it appears one is using the other as a chin rest. And yesterday we had a heron using the hippo as a surfboard. So you can utilize hippos in any way you like, really. Now, sometimes, believe it or not, when it's cold, when the ambient temperature around is very cold, the thought of getting in the water can be, you just don't want to do it. But sometimes when you're in a body of water that's generally not too cold itself, it's not freezing temperatures or anything like that, the actual surrounding Excuse you. The surrounding temperature of the water can actually be a little bit warmer. Can you hear that? Kyla, yes, they can. That's exactly what they're doing. So they forage at nighttime. They're primarily nocturnal. You would think that they're diurnal animals, but they're actually not. They do most of their sort of moving, feeding, and just general activities at nighttime. When that sun starts to set, they'll leave the water, and then they will start foraging. And therefore, during the day, when you see them like this, they're absolutely sleeping. Now, this dam, although it's very full, it won't be very deep. Probably these hippos are actually standing on all four of their legs, or they just keep themselves buoyed up. It's quite nice when you see the hippo stand up and you can actually gauge how deep the water is. So they're resting now, they're digesting from last night, and they most likely are sleeping, as you can see. I think I've spotted the fish eagle that was just calling Beaky over in the distance on that dead knob thorn. Okay, we shall show you the fish eagle just a little bit later.
Look at that. That is literally movie quality there. David, amazing. Good morning, sun. Thank you so much for rising again. A very, very important element to all activity on this planet. Warmth, stimulation of growth, you name it. It's not every day that you just get to sit and watch that big, beautiful, burning ball expose itself. And it's kind of shy right now. We can see it on the screen quite perfectly. Incredible. Obviously our nearest star. And what a privilege to be set in that landscape. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. So Mom taking it a little bit easier, allowing the cubs just to get tucked in there, a little bit of grooming. You've got to stay clean out here. That behavior that you're seeing there now is allo grooming. Very important strengthening or bond strengthening activity.
Good morning and welcome to andBeyond Ngala. My name is Marna and with me behind the camera as always is Gert. It's also a really beautiful morning this morning, and I feel like I have to explain myself why I have a set of kudu horns on the dashboard so early. So last night after drive, one of our directors said she'll see us bright and early and she hopes that we catch the worm. So Rebecca, this is the closest thing we could find to a worm. These are not worms, but what this actually is the larval casing of a horn moth. So what happens is this moth, they'll lay their eggs on these horns that you find laying out in the bush, and the larva will actually feed on the keratin. So these bones are made up of just bone with a keratin sleeve on top of them. And these little larvae, that's what they feed on. They eat the keratin, and then their excrement is what forms these little worm-like tubes that you see on these horns. It can take up to 2 years for these little moths to emerge eventually, and then sometimes at the tips or the ends of these little protrusions you might see the little exoskeletons coming out. Now I'm just going to flip it slightly so you can see. Let's just do that. Gert, if you could maybe get those little holes there. There we go. You can see where they've actually fed through the keratin. So this is a very specialized moth. They only lay their eggs on these skeletons that you find out in the bush, or these horns. So you'll find them on impala horns, you'll find them on kudu horns, buffalo horns. This particular set is a kudu horn. Chris, yeah, I'm glad you're excited about the horns. You find these sets of horns lying out in the bush very often. And yesterday we were actually chatting about it, how that's pretty much the only thing that gets left behind is the horns and the hooves. But over time, even if these moths don't use them, they will disintegrate and just become part of the soil, I guess. But it's nice to know that something actually uses them.
We found our fish eagle, the one that was calling, that iconic sound. Isn't he or she beautiful? I don't actually know whether it's the male or the female, but there's a pairing, a monogamous pairing here at Chitwa. And because they're common residents, they don't migrate like the Wahlbergs. So they don't stay together for breeding season, then separate and then come together annually. They are together all year round, stuck with one another. A monogamous bird is freed from all costs that is endured when you need to find a mate, and you need to take care of the young. So you don't need to spend any energy advertising, calling, getting a beautiful breeding plumage, making nests to impress the ladies. You've got your partner. So you can sort of use all the energy that it would take to find a mate into something else. And that could be parental care, building a nest, hunting, feeding. Depends on the species. But you know that you don't have to spend it looking for a mate. You've got your mate by your side the whole time. Whether you like her or not, she's there. Depends on the species, what type of bird you are, as to whether monogamy, being in a monogamous relationship, will benefit you or not. Let's just listen to all the sounds around Chitwa Dam for a moment. So we're going to sit here just a little bit longer and enjoy the sounds of the birds waking up.
Well, Lauren, enjoy the sounds of the bats because I'm also doing the same in the Maasai Mara. I'm sure you heard them and you saw them. Let's see whether Bungi can catch up with them. Oh, we've got someone else there. The first one we had were the brown parrots, and I really wanted you to see them, but at least you heard them and you saw them for a few seconds. But this is our usual hamakop. Listen carefully. Let's go first to the hyenas quickly.
Well, as you can see, there's a hyena that is hightailing it away from us at the moment, and that's because it's got an impala leg in its mouth, and we disturbed it. But unfortunately, I didn't expect it to be where it was because we followed a male leopard track And I'm suspicious because it could very well be Tingana that came from the north and has walked all the way to Gari Dam, and Tlalamba's impala carcass, where it might have fallen on its own, but is no longer in the jackal area. Now Hyena's eating a leg. Now often we know that Tingana will sniff out a kill when he's nearby, so I'm wondering if maybe, just maybe, he's here. Here comes the hyenas coming back again. Let's see if it'll come back to where the carcass was. It's kind of in two minds about us at the moment. We came over the dam wall and it looked guilty as anything, with its eyes very wide as we came over the dam wall and its legs stuck between its teeth. But you can see with hyenas is that they're not really worried about us too much. They typically are more after the carcass than they are worried about what we are doing. And in fact, actually are probably more nervous of us than anything else. So I suspect what's going to happen is this hyena will eventually realize that we're not anything to worry about, and maybe come back towards where the carcass was. And I want to just double check that there's no tracks for a male leopard here. Like I say, if there was Tingana, he would probably have eaten everything, but he might have dropped a leg, and that's why the hyena is around. And you can see it's quite kind of nervy, so maybe he's still here. There's squirrels that were alarm calling behind the drain, the sort of dam wall here. Could be Mulawati as well, so we'll just try and see what we can find. But the tracks are not uber fresh. They look like they're from yesterday afternoon, more than they are from during the night. So Lexa, more often than people give them credit for, at this stage, it depends also where they are. So the hyenas in the Mara, when they need to, will hunt a lot more than probably the hyenas here. Here we have such a high density of leopard that there's a huge amount of opportunity to steal food, whereas in the Mara, because of the size of the clans, stealing food is not always an option, so they need to go after food on their own accord. And there's even a clan in the Mara called the Happy Zebra clan that they will hunt young buffalo quite regularly, so they just follow buffalo herds around hunting them. So it really depends on the area, but as much as 60-70% of their diet can be them making their own kills as opposed to scavenging. All right, well, our hyena's heading southwards towards where the Ngala carcass is, so I'm going to just scratch around here. I just want to quickly see if there's any signs of this male leopard and whether or not he arrived at this kill as well during the course of the night.
That's very true, Tristan. I mean, so many dynamics when it comes to the hyenas between the Maasai Mara and Djuma. In the Maasai Mara, we have one of the largest clans of hyenas that is called the North Clan, led by the very famous matriarch Wafos. Now, in this tree here, we initially had the brown parrots that very quickly disappeared. Then we were left with the hammerkop, and then another pair of brown parrots came back and has just taken off. But I've got a feeling they could be having a nest here. At that branch of this huge tree here, I'm suspecting they could be nesting. Either they got some eggs or chicks, and you can hear how vocal they are, not very far from where I am. Right there. I've seen both of them, male and female, spending so much time there. But, well, for now, they're gone. What I'll do, I'll just maybe move on, and sometimes much later, I'm going to swing by here and find out if they have chicks or they got eggs. They'll definitely come back and protect this particular nest for their young ones. Just moving on, trying to find out the lionesses that hunted yesterday, and as they do that also, I'll be looking for the leopardess Romy that we saw last night.
push away, and you can hear the vocalization. All right. Things are starting to get a little bit heated here with two of the cubs. There's a little bit of competition, and we've just ID'd the prey item. It was a male springbok, so a springbok ram, and the two cubs, or two sub-adults we'll call them now. These guys aren't cubs. On the right-hand side of the picture, they're just holding down on a piece, and neither of them are letting go. You can see one of them busy eating around the stomach and intestines. They'll eat the liver, the heart. The intestines they won't eat. Big bones they won't eat. Smaller bones will obviously be crushed. And they've got a special pair of teeth on either side of their mouth called carnassial shears. And you'll see that when carnivores are feeding and they want to basically slice through the meat, they'll bring it to the side of their mouth. And that's where these two very specialized teeth cross each other to cut and shear through flesh. So obviously he doesn't want to compete with his siblings. So he's like, let me just sit over here. Big belly, sure. So on average, a single cheetah or a solitary cheetah would hunt every 3-4 days. Mom with cubs, almost every day. Obviously, she won't be successful every day. I mean, the pressure on her is tremendous. She would need to hunt in a format referred to as stalking. So she would stalk the prey item to about 50-60 meters, as close as she can get. And when everything is aligned with her, she will then put fifth gear, and the turbo will kick in, and she just sends all of her power. 0 to about 100 kilometers an hour in about 3 seconds. That is phenomenal speed and acceleration. And then most hunts are no more than 400 meters. I mean, over 400 meters, she's really pushing her body to the breaking point. She'll use everything from the claws. That's why cheetah's claws are, are fairly blunt, and they're also protruding all the time. It's to give that cat all the grip it needs. Muscles, long legs, slender, sleek body, huge hindquarters, and then obviously that thick, muscular tail uses a rudder. But they are extremely agile, and that's a way a prey item would evade a cheetah, is to be quicker than the cheetah on its toes, especially on the turns, zigzagging left and right, wearing the cheetah out, and then hopefully having a chance to evade. But Mom won this one, and very importantly that she did, because these cubs need all the nourishment that they can get. So average speed, you're looking at people have always been, it's beautiful, my word. So that 120 mark is a very over-exaggerated figure, because if you think about the terrain here, it's not an airstrip. It's not totally open. So average speed when a cheetah is chasing is about 80 to 90 kilometers. Obviously, if it's open, like the Great Serengeti Plains, where, you've got just grass, a cheetah can really put down its top speed there. But not obviously chasing for more than 400-500 meters. And I mean, when she's at full tilt, her stride length, so when she pushes off from one foot and she takes her next step, is 7 meters in length. That is phenomenal. She's basically flying at that point when she's doing an 80-90 kilometer hour run. And about average, she'll have about a 50% ratio here. Wild dogs obviously being very, very successful, up to 80% success rate. These guys would be around about the 50-60 mark, depending where you are.
Well, as you can see, we don't have the spotted cat that we're looking for, but we do have a spotted animal in the form of a male giraffe that is just staring at us intensely. He's quite happy for us to be at this distance. If we had to walk closer, you'd find that you'd move away. But giraffe generally are quite inquisitive creatures, should I say. And so they often will just stare at you when you're close. by and not actually move away. They like to keep whatever they feel is a potential threat within sight until such time as they move away. And sometimes even then you'll find that they follow you. What's interesting is that this giraffe keeps staring to the south, and we've just picked up the tracks for that male leopard. He was at this kill. But he didn't actually feed off it. The kill seems to have dropped with the wind and landed on the ground. And the hyenas obviously are eating. But when a giraffe turns its attention away from us on foot like that, it means it's seeing something else. And so I want to just follow the tracks and investigate. I wonder if this male didn't go towards the Ngala carcass where the legs are hanging in the tree further down. It could, like I say, be Mulawati, but where it's come from is it's come from straight from the north on a game path that really Tingana uses more than anybody. He always is on that path, and the route that he took was almost exactly the same as when I had him a few weeks ago. I was here at Djuma on a guided safari, and we had him coming on the exact same pathways all the way. So it wouldn't surprise me if it is him coming out of the north, but we'll just scratch around and see. I mean, it could be either of the two males that are in the area. But it was nice just to kind of stop and have a little look at this giraffe. And what I'll show you is I'll quickly just show you the track for this individual. It would be nice if Herbie was here, because Herbie was very, very good at discerning the tracks and being able to tell the minute differences as to who the leopard was. And so it would have been good to have had Herbie around. But if you have a look here, you can see very, very clearly these leopard tracks. Now, if we didn't know any better, we would think that these tracks were very, very fresh. But we do know better because all of you have keen eyes that watch the camera. And so we know that this was a sort of close to 3 o'clock in the morning. But here is the track here. So there is one of the feet. Now, yesterday I was talking about leopard tracks, and we were talking about how we know how fresh they are based off the evidence that is given to us. And I was talking about how things get squashed into the track, and this is an absolutely perfect example. Do you see how he stood on the stick and how he's compressed the sand on the back end of the stick over here? And there's actually kind of been pushed into the track. If you come further back, you can see how that's not the case over here. So this gives a good indication that it's fairly fresh. We don't see any debris really inside of the track. We know that yesterday was very, very windy, and so it would have made it would have made the surface a little bit more sort of puffy. So if we'd done like that, you would have had a lot more loose particles of soil being blown into the track, whereas these are quite shiny and clean. So they're still fairly good and worth a follow, but we do know that a male leopard can travel an awfully long distance in 3-4 hours. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully we'll have some luck.
Look what we have here sitting in this dead knobthorn. Mama Battalier on the right and Baba Battalier on the left. Let's take a look at the youngster, BK. Isn't he or she beautiful? Now, if you were to see this individual, you would be completely forgiving for not known as a battalier. They look so different. But if you look at the plumage on the wing feathers, it's starting to appear like a battalier. It's got that panel at the bottom, which is making me wonder if it could be a female. But if you look at the face, it's definitely got the facial features of a battalier, but the plumage is completely different to the adults. We're going to show you the female now. And I'm guessing this is mama. We have a monogamous pair, just like the fish eagle, that sit here on Leadwood Road. And we've been watching this juvenile. Oh, they're going to sit next to one another. How sweet. You can see the difference right there. They did it for me, which is wonderful. But if you look at the feathers around the face and the sort of crown of the head, it's both the same. The feathers puff out and give them a real circular appearance around their head. I wonder if the youngster will follow. But it's going to take this youngster a very long time, between 7 to 8 years, to attain its full adult plumage. It's watching where mum's gone. Where's Mom? And talking of the cheetah's body in Tswalu being specialised for hunting, battaliers' bodies are specialised for hunting. And it's not really just their body, but it's their features. The fact that they do have almost no tail. When they're an adult, when they're a youngster, they do have a long tail, which is another thing that makes it confusing to identify the species. And this is sort of what the short tail does in combination with the really long wings. It reduces drag. In terms of aerodynamics, it reduces drags and it allows them to glide at a really low altitude, almost touching the ground, and therefore they're able to spot the prey first. Using their keen eyesight, they'll get in immediately, they'll eat really quickly, and they'll get out again before the vultures come. It's competition in the hierarchy of the aerial apex predators. Just like lions, leopards, cheetahs, they all have unique specializations, and that's the battaliers. It looks very strange when they're flying. They wobble in the sky because they have no tail. But this allows them to beat drag in the air and get very, very low to the ground. They're adept at finding smaller carcasses as well. Battaliers are specialized in hunting small birds, like your doves and pigeons, small reptiles, even small mammals, like rodents. Genets, actually, and mongoose. Oh, what a lovely sighting. I am over the moon to have had a little catch-up with this juvenile battalier.
So we've come across this female giraffe. And just moments earlier, she was actually trying to feed on some of the flowers of a knotthorn, just to our left here. But all the flowers, or the branches that she could reach, have been stripped of the flowers and the leaves. So she decided to continue. Let's see if she comes out on the road in front of us here. That would be quite nice. Yeah, she's heading to the road. Let's see. We might be able to catch her there. Hear the red-crested coron calling in the background there. There we go. Out in the open. She's found her next meal there. It looks like she's just feeding on the buds of that little tree. Let's see if we can get slightly closer to her. Goldberg, do the different giraffe species have different patterns you can identify them by? They do indeed. And the way we identify this one is just because we know this is the only one that occurs here. This is the Southern African giraffe. And as far as I know, there are 9 different subspecies. We don't get any of the others down here. But yeah, their patterns do look very different. She is just on a mission. I don't know if you can still see her on the screen there. Just disappearing into the bush. You know, not a lot of large trees that she's interested in here. So she's bending over and feeding on the lower bushes, as you can see there now. But she also blends in quite well especially when she's got her neck down like that. Look at that. All right, I think we'll continue. She's heading into the bush there. And this morning, we're going to see if we can find any signs of lions in the western part of the reserve. So we're going to be heading to a big waterhole there, and we'll see what we can find.
Good luck on lions, and very nice to see a giraffe. I'm imagining lions in this grass here in the Mara currently. It could be very difficult to spot them because the rains have made the height of this grass to be much taller than normal. But either way, some of the tallest birds that we got around here can still be spotted. And these are the crown cranes, the grey crown cranes. I'm saying the rains have done a lot of good to the Mara because everything, I would say there's a rebirth of everything from fauna and flora. For I'm saying grass or the vegetation has gotten more lush. So lots of food for these omnivore cranes here. Be feeding on grass seeds as they move on. Now my guess, because they're very similar, this must be fully grown, 2 adults and a male and a female. These are the hours they'll be out feeding. And I'm sure you all know every time we say this is the national bird of Uganda, a country west of Kenya. They have one of the best courtship dances that you'll ever see, followed to me by the ostriches and breedings during the dry season, so that by like now, they'll be incubating their eggs, preparing to get the chicks. Out of the female lays about 2 eggs. When I look at the survival rate for the chicks of these cranes, comparing them to other cranes, I think they're very successful, and more often than not, they'll always raise their chicks to adulthood. And as soon as they're grown, they'll always leave the parents and move away. Apparently, both male and the female will always raise the chicks together. Here in the African wilderness, nobody takes chances. When they'll stop eating like that and she looks around, just in case, we've seen big birds, raptors like the martial eagles, just flying, and because of their weight and strength, landing on such a bird like this, boom, and bringing it down. Not forgetting other predators like wild dogs, which have been known to catch these birds once in a while. So peaceful where we are. Very light breeze. So you look, one continuously eats, but one is more like the one on the right. Keeps checking. It's the one on the left. Safety here is very, very important. Everybody looks behind her shoulder, just in case someone is sneaking behind you. Crown cranes, keep eating. Bon appetit. Maybe I'll see you on my way back on this road.
Finishing off the last little bits, jackal still being chased vigorously by these young ones. And to think about 2 different carnivores like this fitting into the ecosystem is quite amazing. Oh. Got to be very cautious. So when we get a view over there, David, can you just focus on the cheetah's face for me quickly? I want you guys just to focus on how broad the front part of the cheetah's mouth is. And look where they're trying to get into. Their mouth is a bit too broad to get into the tight little grooves where there's still a lot of meat left on this carcass. They're really trying to scrape every last bit of it off. And for meat on bone, they'll actually use their rough tongue to actually scrape off meat. But what will happen is that when they are finished here, the jackal's mouth structure is perfect to fit into all those tight little nookies and crannies to get out all the meat that's still remaining on this carcass. So you can see how each component plays a very specific role within the healthy functioning of this ecosystem. Look at that. Wow. If you've got a bit of a weak stomach, just look away. Oh, how beautiful. Sneaky like a jackal. Obviously those two are still quite hungry. I can't believe we got so lucky so quickly this morning. So Mom and the other cubs are just behind the bush on your left-hand side, on the left-hand side of the screen. Oh, yo, wow. Oh, my word. That jackal got very lucky. It doesn't look like that cheetah was putting down all of its power. You could see that jackal was actually giving a little bit of a wail. Say, please don't bite me. Wow, my gosh. Oh my word, guys. Absolutely incredible morning. All right. You can see they're getting a little bit irritated, so you can see they're getting a bit close in the bush. That's that's behavior now that these cats would do. Obviously, cheetah are very vulnerable. They unfortunately get taken out by larger carnivores all the time. So tactics of like what you're seeing now is by pulling the carcass close to the tree, and you only have to watch out or defend one side, whereas you know at your 6 o'clock you're safe and sound and you're protected. There's just jackal roaming around everywhere. Just go back there, David. Watch him. Watch that cheetah there. Look at the position, guys. Look at the head. Look at the movement. Definitely aggressive posture. Head laying low. Shoulder blades being extended. Ready for that burst of speed. Yo, Dave, nice. Really nice to see a cheetah moving like that. I mean, that cheetah was just kind of doing a light jog. See the extremely large hindquarters and those. Look at the feet. Very elongated feet. Amazing. Oh, little call. Contact call. And how incredible is it that you guys, we were viewing those little baby cubs out west a couple of days ago, from those little fluff balls to machines like you're seeing here now. Learning every single day. Every day is a test for them now, because they are leading up to a point where they'll eventually break away from mom. And that's around about 18 months. It can vary depending where you are. It's not written in a book. So, you know, give or take where you are, things vary quite dramatically. So you always got to have a bit of leniency when talking about things like this, because it's not always exactly the same. Giving a small contact call, just like we heard from those little cubs. This high, quick-pitched, almost like bird chirp. Chip. And that sharp sound is a very efficient way in which and how they communicate through open areas. That high-pitched call travels quite far through this open habitat. Oh, oopsie. Watch your manners at the dinner table. We've got friends with us, guys. There we go, using the carnassial shears. Look at that. On the side of the mouth. And those teeth work like bolt cutters. Shear. Hence the name carnassial shears. They shear through items. So being at a springbuck like this springbuck is a female. I actually made a mistake earlier. I looked properly now. Horns are quite thin, so clear indication there was a female. And then having multiple individuals, it would have been quite easy for all of them to hold this prey item down. If it's one cheetah, obviously she needs to work and put in everything for that prey item not to evade. So holding around the airways and then basically laying all of her weight onto the ground around the neck. And that weight obviously in this, is that another? Oh, it's not. But these young cubs would have definitely got involved with mom holding that prey item down until they could have started feeding. A question there, would the cheetah mom kill the jackal? Yeah. Obviously you're expending quite a lot of energy chasing them around, but you want to eat in peace. But if a cheetah grabs a jackal, a few bites could injure and if unlikely kill it. Lions, that's a very, very commonly seen thing. Lions catching jackal and it's tickets for them. These guys are just trying to play a very strong hand. Cheetah are built very fragile, and so they don't really have the tools to inflict quite a lot of damage. So yes, I would say the mom cheetah would kill. If she gets hold of one and it's serious, she would kill it. But larger carnivores like lions and leopards, hyena, if they grab a jackal, one bite and it's unfortunately tickets. But that's how tough it is out here. You need to be pushing every day, pushing the limit in order to survive. Because if you don't, that's unfortunately how the system weaves all these other individuals out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes these things will happen. But look at what we got. We got the olive baboons, a whole family. And I'm guessing after breakfast, it's time to groom, talk to each other, and possibly, I'm thinking making plans for the day. But the youngsters, being always full of energy, they are not interested with what the adults might be planning. Them is just to play up, down, jumping. These are the olive baboons. We got different species of baboons in Africa. The olive, the yellow baboons, the chakma that you'll get in South Africa. We don't have the chakmas here, but in East Africa we got this olive baboon and the other species called the yellow baboons, much smaller. But of all the species of baboons we have in Africa, these ones are most numerous, and you see them in very many countries, going in very huge numbers in general. And that's why when we give them some collective nouns, we'll always say a troop of baboons rather. You can see how many we got there. First we had about 15, 20 playing together. But look in the background there. So ideally, they spend their night on top of trees. And I'm imagining they just came down and they'll decide in what direction they're going to go. Look at that. I'm looking at all the other three species I was talking about. To me, these are most successful. And I think from this point, once everything's agreed on, they'll start moving and foraging. I'll spend a few more minutes with them here personally, just to enjoy seeing what they are doing, or maybe see what direction they might take.
I absolutely cannot believe we're going live here. I'm so excited. You have no idea. We've been trying to show you this giraffe carcass for I cannot tell you how long now, for the last few days. Unfortunately, we cannot reposition and we cannot zoom the camera in and out right now due to various technical difficulties. And I also cannot introduce myself to you, but hopefully you know the sound of my voice. But I am Taylor McCurdy, and on camera is Odie. So we're very, very limited this morning, but I kid you not, we've come here every single day and we've maneuvered about 150 times each time we've come here from different angles just to see if we can go live. But anyways, those are two lionesses. When we first arrived, there were just some hyenas feeding on the carcass, and the next minute the hyenas' hackles went up. Well, basically the hair was standing on end, and they ran away from the carcass. So I immediately knew that there must have been a bigger predator charging in, and it was one of the lionesses, and she chased them off. But you can't see them now. That's quite a terrible visual, but they're going to sleep in the shade and guard this carcass. Let's have a look at the giraffe so I can just explain to you what has actually happened here. We're not on Pridelands right now. We're on another reserve called Kwenga, which is just to the east of Pridelands, and we are able to traverse here, but we do struggle with signal. So when the giraffe was found, it obviously had a lot more meat on it, but it didn't look like a predator had killed it from the reports that we got. So with all the big bulls around at the moment, I know I've showed you plenty, and Mike has also shown you all the dominant giraffe bulls. Maybe they had a fight and it succumbed to its injuries, or unfortunately maybe it was of natural causes. Perhaps it was just ill. We will never ever know. But a fair amount of it has been eaten. So the first afternoon that I came to see it, there was a lone lioness. She looked fairly young. I don't know if it was Lagatha. I actually don't have any pictures of the lioness that hangs around near a Leopard dam to kind of compare if it was her or not. But this lioness had a few new scratches on her, so she's definitely been in the wars. And eventually she moved off, and we had the whole of the Pridelands clan, which I know I caught you up on, sorry, not touched on, but I caught you up on all the hyenas that were here, which was good, and I suspect it was them again. Watch what happens now as the vultures start to land. They feel comfortable. There's a white-backed vulture that's about to run on in to the carcass. They've all perched up in the trees, but let's see if it's managing to sneak in, or if the lioness is going to charge out. You can see very, very hesitant. But most of this carcass has indeed been fed on by the vultures. There have been some Cape vultures, lots of hooded, and of course the white-backed. And I think, I haven't actually seen any leopard-faced vultures, but who knows, or any white-headed. There we go. See, now once you get one vulture that's brave enough, then the rest normally come on in. So now we need to see, here comes the lioness. Not happy. But they're also not feeding on the carcass either. They both walked in, had a smell of a carcass, and completely turned their nose up to it. Not impressed. And then they did some contact calls. So it sounds like there's more lions on their way. And I haven't seen a pride of lions for a very, very long time. But I definitely think I'm going to spend the rest of the morning here for as long as we have signal, and hopefully we'll be able to have a closer view.
Well, Taylor, you could be lucky and maybe see some lions, but it's also something to see vultures are feeding on that giraffe carcass. Now, apart from vultures, once in a while we have seen the bat lures also in carcasses. But I would say bat lure eagles do not scavenge like vultures. It's very rare, but once in a while they do. And I would say, out of my experience, I've noticed in carcasses, the battleers always pick them first before the vultures. Maybe because they fly a bit lower in height. The elevation will get them when they're scavenging or when they're scanning for carcasses. It's not like in the vultures. So we see a kill more often than not. The battler eagles will always arrive there before the vultures. I can't see very well from where I am, but I'm guessing that one most likely could be a male battler. Looks very fluffy. I think he's just trying to fix and preen her feathers, or his feathers rather, assuming it is a male. And it's sitting on a huge tree that we call the East African greenheart. Background there, we are hearing lots of baboons barking, the same baboons we were seeing earlier. Just look at how beautiful those trees are. Such great light. Behind me, you got lots of frogs doing a chorus. I'm not sure you can pick them up. I'm thinking there's a little fight going on there in that troop of baboons, in those trees, inside that dense area there. If the fights will get big, what will happen, those baboons will come out of the thicket because it's easier for them to sort their differences out in an open area than the trees or than the vegetation there. I'm thinking there could be a disagreement between them before they start their day. It's right there where they are. And I'm sure at one point they're going to come out. And I'll keep moving on. And my battle eagle remains there. Hopefully the other partner will come and we'll maybe see them together.
So we've left those lions and we've come across a female cheetah and her two youngsters. And they are on an impala carcass. And you were discussing earlier about how quickly they feed. And if you have a look at this carcass here, it is almost complete. Youngsters just feeding on some of the cheek there, or some of the neck there. But you can see there's almost no more meat left on this carcass. And this would have been a carcass from this morning, because we drove here yesterday and we did not see them in this area. So it just shows you how quickly they finished, to make sure that no scavengers or vultures or anything like that comes and tries to chase them off of their carcass or irritates them around this area. Lying further to the back, and then the two youngsters lying closer towards us. And they're right in the shade there. I'm sure she probably dragged the carcass into the shade as it's getting nice and warm now. You can feel summer is basically here. These are those youngsters, nice and full. And this female cheetah, she's here on the edge of a big open floodplain, big open grassland, so perfect for her to be able to lie on this edge here and be able to scan all over the be able to look out for other predators. So like you discussed earlier, she has to be very careful of any other predators, especially other big cats like lions and leopard, and we're not far away from where that pride of lions that we saw earlier. So she's right placed and have a nice vantage point. Look at that one rolling around there. But for now, I think we're going to hang around here and see what these cheetahs get up to. They might want to move away from this carcass sooner or later. But for now, I think we'll just hang around.
Eating as quickly as you can and getting out there is definitely... Oh! Look at how vigorously that tail's been Oh my word. We are going to see some action here, guys. Because now just who's bigger, who's more aggressive. Wow. You can see the teeth being shown. You can see the pilar erection being displayed there. Look at the crest of hair being erected. That's to visually show the other jackal that, be careful, I'm angry right now. But yeah, cheetah eating very quickly because they have so much pressure to be displaced from other carnivores. Even I've seen one female cheetah being displaced by 5 jackal. So they really have a tough time out here. And that's why I was so impressed with that mother raising those 4 cubs up to the stage they are currently at. Wow. So that little mouth structure now, that elongated snout and muzzle, is enabling this jackal to feed on all the meat that is left here. And there's a lot of meat still on this carcass. Unfortunately, nothing more for the cheetah, but for other mesocarnivores like these guys. Being very aggressive. Ears flattened, teeth being showed, snarling. Oh, and that vigorous wagging of the tail. Wow. Oh, if you come too close, watch out. So these guys have a very wide diet, scavenging, being very successful hunters in other parts, and then even through periods where you have large fruiting trees, they will even eat fruit. I've documented them eating fruit in the Eastern Cape and eating so much that the scat contains all the little seeds. And I mean, it must be within the scat, maybe about 80% of the scat content was the seeds of this beautiful fruiting tree called star apple. Obviously, if there's not enough in the area at that given time, they will definitely tap into other food sources. Omnivorous.
So, welcome viewers. We have the Ololo Pride, one of the lioness, was just climbing up a tree. They were stalking some wildebeest and zebras around here. Now the other 2 sisters have gone round, so they've isolated prey, and you can see she has eyes on target, locked on maybe something there. We're not quite sure what she's going for, but definitely there must be another. Yeah, there's another lion there. So they go around because we have a big herd of wildebeest and zebra. Yeah, there's a zebra running away from there. Remember, we're coming to you live. Hashtag Safari Live. And for you on your YouTube comment section at FC, for the young viewers, kids questions at WildEarth.tv. Now, these lionesses had killed a young wildebeest 2 days ago, and that was not a very big kill for them, so they're now trying to find something now. They've missed on some zebras, So they've isolated some, and they're now heading to that direction. As you can see, there's some wildebeest or zebra over on the other side. Now, the other sister has gone round. Possibly, maybe she's going to flash prey into her direction. Now, sometimes it's going to be a cat-or-mouse game, and sometimes they miss or maybe get successful. Out of about 5 attempts, maybe 2 can be successful. Now you can see the other lioness just crouching on the ground, walking around, maybe like I told you, to go and flash the zebras toward the approaching lioness. Now we're gonna follow them slowly because we're almost losing sight of them, and then let you know what is going to happen. Now my name is Tim, and behind camera we have Big James. So we're going to follow them just Sonia, thank you so much for your question. Now lions prefer larger or bigger prey like wildebeest, zebras, because that can sustain them for a while. But if opportunity arises, they go for younger, smaller prey like warthogs. But preferably, they prefer the big prey like zebras and wildebeest. Now we're going to position somewhere where we can be able to see these lions stalking.
VK and I are on a river cruise down the Mowati, and we've came across one of my favourite trees. In full bloom, it's the end of the dry season, and this confirms that it is in fact the tree wisteria, and a few of them across the reserve are blooming. The Latin name is Bolusanthus speciosus, and speciosus actually means beautiful, and I think that is the perfect Latin name for this tree. Look at the flowers. Now, many books describe the colour of the flowers as mauve. I'm not sure I agree. I think I would say it's a sort of bright lavender purple rather than mauve. But that could also just be me. Now, they don't flower for very long, and the flowers are delicious to certain species, including the baboons and the vervet monkeys. So maybe the vervet monkeys can occupy themselves with the tree wisteria rather than inside our camp. I had a bit of an argument with a vervet yesterday as it stole our only remaining spatula and took it onto the roof. We no longer have a spatula in camp. I am going to rescue it back today. But isn't this just stunning? They really signify the end of winter and highlight spring. Now, we already know we're in spring, but when you see the tree wisteria like this, you absolutely know it's springtime. So BK and I are going to continue our cruise down the dry riverbed.
So lucky for this chap, nice easy breakfast. It's always a pleasure having a carcass available like this where you can just snack on it. So like I said, eating fruit at times of the year, being very accomplished hunters for rodents, birds especially. KB, how fast will the jackal clean the carcass? Oh, one jackal like this, he could take 2-3 hours to clean this carcass, but once he has had his full, he will move off, and other jackal will come in here. This is definitely a very strong individual, because no other jackal, after that little squabble that we had, no other jackal has come in to try and compete with him. But once he's had his full, he'll move off, and then you'll start seeing other jackal coming in to clean off all the meat that is left. And look how much there is. There's a tremendous amount of meat left. So each animal being perfectly suited into its habits and habitat, and each playing a vital role, such as we are seeing now. Very important to clean these things up. You can't just have carcasses laying around. That's where hyena come into important play. Even birds like vultures, very important clean-up systems for the bush. It's enjoying a nice section of spare ribs. Whoa! He's going to swallow up. He's definitely, I thought he was going to swallow that whole bone there for a second. So using those molars just to break down that large bone before he swallows it. Doesn't want to swallow the whole bone. Animals like your hyena have stomach acid more corrosive than that of acid. They can swallow bones whole, no problem. But for jackal like this, that's a very large bone he wants to watch out, because if he does swallow it, it can rupture parts of his esophagus or even his intestines. So meat and then little piece of bone where he can obviously process it correctly. Using the paws to hold down the item. Look how full his belly is, guys. Look on the right-hand side where the sun is illuminating his belly. He has a food baby. So the rest of the cheetah have moved off. What we'll do is in a couple of minutes we'll move up to see if we can locate where they've gone. Is this a dominant male? Within this area, he's definitely got the strength and the power to deter other individuals, and it's been evident from what we've seen. So jackal are territorial, so this will be part of a monogamous pair. So jackals stay together for quite a while. They dominate a territory together. So this individual's definitely got the strength and the courage, because you want to try and fool your competitors. You want to play a very strong hand. Even if you don't have it, you want to bluff. It's like playing poker. And that's what we saw earlier with that cheetah, is that young one chasing the jackal really didn't give it its all. First and foremost, it was younger, so inexperience plays a very important role. But then as well as you're just trying to bluff and trick competitors to deter them. Because if that inexperienced cheetah grabbed the jackal and the jackal bit, and unfortunately bit its eye or hurt it in some manner, that's detrimental for that cheetah. So having a bluff card where this guy's showing other individuals, don't come in here.
Now this lioness has decided to come to rest because they've failed on 2 attempts. Wow, big yawn. She's picked a shade where she'll rest, while the sister has also picked another shade. So the zebras and the wildebeest that are around this area have all moved away. Now these lions will rest and then later on advance following them. Now we have adequate water here, so that means that this plains game will not wander off very far from where these lions are. Now these lions are 3 sisters. One has a collar and the rest don't have a collar. These are a little bit pale in color, so we identify her because we saw her about 2 days ago with a kill. Perfect spot to rest, where I'm sure if animals will be walking across this area, they'll definitely not see the lion. But because of the commotion that was caused, all they've moved down towards the browsing area where there's the wood line there. Look at all those wildebeest. And now they'll be heading maybe sometime later on to a water point where these lions can maybe take an advantage. Or maybe they can decide to take a rest the entire day and maybe go after them maybe in the evening. You can tell she's a bit tired by how she's breathing. She's watching over, looking, trying to find the sister, who is not far from here. Keep on yawning. Poor girl, she missed out. Oh, maybe trying to find the sister again. Yeah, you can hear a soft growl. Call, that's a contact call. Trying to call the sister. She's gone back to rest. And I'm sure the sister will maybe join her later.
So this young hyena has hit the jackpot this morning. It looks like he's feeding on the remains of an impala carcass. If you tuned in yesterday afternoon, you would know we also had a hyena finishing off an impala ram that was caught by the wild dogs. Whereas this one, I think this might have been stolen from a leopard. There is a female with two youngsters. And she frequents this area, and I think this was probably caught by her. We had their tracks not too far away from here. You can see how nervous this hyena is, constantly looking around. There is a vulture that actually just landed behind it, and that's also the way we found this. So we were on the road, and we spotted lots of vultures in the trees. Saw them actually flying up and from the ground, so we knew there was a carcass somewhere here. Wasn't expecting a hyena on an impala, but feeding very, very quickly. Like I mentioned, it's still quite a young hyena, so if any of the older hyenas or other hyenas arrive here, they'll push him off this carcass. Pulling rank. But very nervous. Look at all the blood on the head and the face. You'll see between the ears, it's completely red there. The little hooded vulture is sneaking closer, just behind him. Very brave. Cleo, the hyena will. So they normally eat everything they can find except for the horns and the hooves, but the skin they'll definitely take. A lot of the times when you find hyena scat, you can actually see all the hair that has accumulated because they've eaten the skin, the fur of the animals. They're not like the leopards that pluck the fur off the carcasses before they start feeding. Got another vehicle arriving just behind us now. It's like he's speeding up the feeding now. It's like, oh goodness, more people. And a white-backed vulture actually also landed behind him now. Very, very brave. So these white-backed vultures, they won't come down if there were lions or other predators. With the hyenas, they still take chances, but when there are lions or leopards, then they won't come down. It's only the hooded vulture that would then come and see if they could potentially steal something. You might see the vulture coming closer now, just to the left there. There we go. There's the white-backed vulture, just slowly moving in. The hyena doesn't seem too bothered with the vulture approaching, though. Let's see what happens here. Oh. Seems like he's actually just trying to drag it away from us. There isn't much left there. Just the backbone and then skin. And he's dragging it by the horn. He's got it by the head. The vulture's just following. So the little hooded vulture's coming in So where the hyena was just standing, so looking for some scraps here. And these small hooded vultures, they're also the ones that you see when some of the larger carnivores have a carcass. They'll come down and they'll actually feed on the scat of things like lions. It doesn't look like there's too much left there. They're going to have to keep following the hyena. But that hyena will finish that carcass in no time. Another vulture coming down. Now, for such a small carcass, it was actually quite surprising that we saw so many vultures in the trees around here. But these vultures also often follow each other. So if they see vultures in the distance circling and going down, perching in the trees, the other vultures will follow and they'll just come investigate to see what's happening or what's around. So then sometimes you'll get there's a tiny little carcass and a lot of vultures just sitting around waiting. Sometimes it can be quite deceiving. That hyena is moving further and further into the bush. I just see a few of the vultures still hopping around in the grass here, running after him now. Maggie, how tall are these vultures? I'd say they're probably about between 70 and 90 centimeters high. Their wingspan is about almost like 2 meters. So the larger one, so the white-backed vulture. But yeah, around 95 centimeters. It's quite a big vulture, and that's not even the biggest vulture that we see around here. So there's an even bigger one called the Leopard-faced vulture. And normally you'll see them around larger carcasses, so something like an elephant, or if there are big carcasses around. They've got really strong, thick bills, so they're the ones that usually open those thick hides. They've all disappeared into the bush. I think what we'll do is we'll continue with our plan and head to the west and see what's happening around the waterhole.
So hyenas on a carcass really excite me, especially when there's a big group. Now back to our lion. She's a little bit sleepy. She tried calling her sister, but the sister didn't come around. But she's still not convinced. Maybe she might go and join her sister. Oh, a little bit tired, big yawn there. Try to clean her neck. Now these lions have a very rough tongue, which also helps them clean their body and get off some ticks sometimes, or another yawn there. Now the third sister has moved south from where we are, headed to where the wildebeest are. I think she's decided to go find her sister. Now she's smelling and sniffing onto the scent trail left by her sister. And that is how lions are able to locate members of their pride.
We did have either Cyborg's mom or dad, but the view was not great, I'm afraid. Who we do have is Mrs. Wahlberg. Good morning to you, beautiful. Now, yesterday we had the Wahlbergs eagle pair, the other pair, not the Mulwati pair. There's two separate monogamous pairs mating. And it was so fascinating. And in the other pair, this colour morph, known as the pale colour morph, is the male. And the dark one is the female. Now, in this pair, we call this the Mulwati pair because they nest in the Mulwati. It's the opposite. So that means that this is the female. I'm almost 99.9% sure this is a female. And it's very difficult to tell the sexes apart, really. I mean, the female is larger than the male, which is the case for most raptors. But if they're not standing next to each other, then it's really difficult to tell. We know this because we've seen them mating. Now, the male is around somewhere. We just had him too, and he's the dark morph. So both pairs have arrived to Djuma, which is just incredible. They're intra-African migrants and they're breeding migrants. So they come here to breed anywhere from August right through to April. They come for about spring and they leave with the onset of winter. They sort of do their wintering vacations north of the equator. And there's such a plethora of food around here in the summer, which means that they can eat lots, get big, strong, and then mate. I'm going to have to repeat that one more time. I'm sorry, Mel. Beehive, you're asking how far can eagles spot their prey? It really depends what eagle you're actually referring to. There's lots of different types of eagles, but you're right. Most raptors, are incredibly visual. And they rely on the keen eyesight. That's their primary sense. And Wahlberg eagles do just that. They rely on their sight. Now, I don't know how far they can spot their prey, but if you think of the likes of a vulture, which is a different category of birds, but still classified as raptors, they suggest that one vulture can actually see a 6-centimetre object. Sorry, I don't know what that is in inches, I'm afraid. My brain works in centimetres. From 1 kilometre up in the sky. So you're 1 kilometre up, looking down, and you can spot a very small object that's 6 centimetres small. So I'm not sure about the Wahlberg's eagle, I'm afraid, but sight is their primary sense. So they can see very, very far. They've got binocular vision, which means that they're forward-facing and it gives them a really strong depth of field, which makes it incredibly accurate when they're hunting. So we're going to sit here and admire Mrs. Wahlberg a little while longer.
So we've come around the corner towards a small herd of zebras, and we wanted to come here because there was some interesting social interaction that was happening earlier, but it seems like they're all just enjoying the nice green grass here in this little dip. It's like a black cotton soil area, so it's kept its moisture pretty well, it seems. There's a bit of greenery coming through compared to the rest of the areas. And you were talking earlier about the binocular vision that the eagle has. So if you have a look at these zebras, you'll see that their eyes sit on the sides of the heads like most herbivores. And so this is monocular vision. And they obviously don't have that keen eyesight to look far in the distance, to stare at something and with both eyes. And that is the big difference between predators and herbivores and prey animals, I guess. But if you have a look at their coloration even, like there's one that's standing there in the middle that's quite a bit darker in color compared to the others. And if I look through my binoculars, I can just see that her hair is fairly short and it seems like she's got quite a bit of hair falling out around her ears or so she looks quite old compared to the rest. Look how there's like that one scratching, that's her scratching her head on the other one's back there. But wow, that stomach is also hanging quite low. Must be pregnant. There's quite a few wildebeest in the distance as well, and some other zebra herds. And like I said, earlier I said we are on this big open floodplain. So all these animals are coming here to recently burnt area and also to these black cotton soil areas for the bit of greenery that's coming through now. All just enjoying the little burnt section there. You can also see there's one or two of them that's actually feeding on some of the grass that's been burnt recently. And even the zebra is also feeding on a bit of the burnt sections. I wonder if there's like extra minerals that they are getting from the burnt grass that they usually wouldn't get from just feeding on normal grass. But if you have a look here at these zebras, there's quite a bit of green coming out between the sections that have been burnt after a little bit of rain that we've been having throughout the last couple of days. And these zebras obviously only feed on grass, like other equine species. Pretty, you were asking how many teeth a zebra has. I would have to look that up and just make sure. I'm not exactly sure because I think I'm not sure if they actually lose some of their teeth when they're younger, like milk teeth. But I think that zebras have around about 42 to 44 teeth, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's somewhere around there. But I think we're going to stick around here for now. These zebras are slowly moving towards the cheetah there, and we want to see if there's some interaction between them. But for now, we'll stay with the zebras.
Zebras are always beautiful to see in the morning, and anytime I pause and wonder, are zebras black with white stripes or white to black stripes? I'll never understand to know which one, but all of us will have different feelings for that. Now, we got primates that we had seen before, and these again are the olive baboons. The whole family, but the reason I stopped here is because of that small baby. Look at her. The mother has taken her. Sleepy, very comfortable on her back. What a ride. Do you want to go under the belly? Now, when they're born to me, when they're brand new, we found out the females or the mothers will always have these babies under the belly. They have a better grasp. The mother is more comfortable. And if there's a situation where they have to run or take refuge or safety is a concern, we found the females tend to have those babies under their bellies, unlike riding with them on the back. Polish, good question. I think you're asking how fast can baboons run. I'm trying to remember. Just give me a few seconds and I'll let you know. But I'll tell you, baboons are very fast. The biggest concern normally are leopards, and we have seen them attacking each other. Look at the baby there. Let's see, a male has come in. And they're basically feeding. See now baby trying to stand up there. Now, the baboons could comfortably do about 30 miles an hour, Polish, about 30 miles an hour, which is not bad speed. And I'm looking at that to be maybe close to 50 kilometers or so an hour. And they're fast. And as I said, Polish, the biggest concern out here are always leopards. Leopards they are basically natural enemies. They always go for each other. But once they think they can't run anymore, should they get a tree, and in big trips are Polish, they very quickly climb a tree, and they know they can handle a leopard from a tree. I mean, we all know leopards are solitary, but the olive baboons, or in general, all species of baboons, you'll get them going in big groups. It's very easy for them to intimidate a leopard. Grass, sweet, the seeds. Some of this is the red oat grass they are feeding on. See, the wind is picking up a little bit more than it was when we started the drive. And many times when I see this in the mornings, we'll always get some rains in the afternoon. It wasn't as cold when we started the drive today. That's another male majestically walking. And these are the defenders of the colonies. See how arched the tail is? Huge mane. Huge canine teeth they usually have. And very good camera work there by Bungay. You can definitely tell it's a male. You can see the genitalia there. For females, and the tail is always red in color. The other species of baboons that we have here, that's called the yellow baboons, are much smaller in size than these ones. And apparently both of them got the names from how they look. These are more olive in color, and the yellow baboons are yellowish in color. But to me, the olives are in bigger groups than the yellow baboons. And these ones are of very high elevations, cold areas, whereas the yellow baboons are low elevations and in semi-arid kind of landscapes. Feeding right on the edge of the forest, and they're able to balance their menu depending on what they're looking for. So once down with the seeds or tubers in the open area like this, they may retreat in the forest there, and you'll find them eating fruits. Polgo, you're asking how big do the troops get? Now, troops vary from one population to another, but I've seen, Polgo, a troop of 150 baboons. That's the largest troop I've ever seen, and that's right in the Mara, 150. That was huge. And anytime you'd see them moving, they were like goats, like in my village where I come from, when you go out grazing goats. And it is on the southern side of the Mara Triangle towards the Serengeti National Park. Huge, huge. So, but this particular group we have here, I quickly had a quick count and found there are about 60 or 70 of them. What are you grooming yourself there? To scratch. They get lots of fleas and get lots of lice too. And apparently once they catch them, they always eat them right away. Or rather, once they get them out of their bodies, they'll put them in their mouth and eat them as proteins. It could be the last one that has remained scanning and making sure. See the way she's looking. It's double confirming all is good, as the rest of them have gone in those thickets to feed. They know once in a while they also face challenges. Sneeze. Slowly looking. But many times you have found them, if she has gotten some food for herself, they'll always hide it and then feed on it. So the last one to go, you're having a wee break there. And as he also disappears in the thicket, I'll also disappear to look for something else.
We're still on the trail of this male leopard, and it is taking us a very, very long way. We're trying to walk as fast as we can, but we're starting to run into a bit of a problem. It was easy tracking all the way down the Mulawati until we got to a point where he turned out of the block. And this is now what the tracks are starting to look like. We're starting to get all these kind of just circular little toe patterns in the ground, and that's what we're starting to follow. Here is quite easy because you can actually see the 1, 2, 3, 4 toes and this back pad coming down here where the ground is all kind of soft, compressed is probably a better word. But if you look from where he's going and towards where he's heading, you can see that it becomes harder and harder and harder to actually see anything. It becomes very grassy. He's no longer on a path, and this becomes now a very difficult track to start doing. So what we're going to do is, if you have a look from where we are, there's a big mound in front of us. So I'm pretty sure that this leopard would have gone towards that mound. He would have crested the mound, looked around, and then dropped off, hopefully, the back, and continued his direction and carried on going straight east. What was interesting, though, is that he did a 90-degree turn, and I'm going to try and kind of just draw you a little picture. I'm going to get into a little bit more of an open, sandy patch and try and draw exactly where we've gone and how we've moved this morning. So this should work. Is if you have a look here, I'm going to draw a rough outline of Djuma. So Djuma runs pretty much like that. Now, there's a drainage line that runs down the middle of Djuma. The camps, let's get rid of the sticks. We'll use our little dung ball. So this is the camp with Gowrie Dam and where Kalamba's kill was. We picked up this track up here. We followed this track all the way down to the dam. He went towards that carcass that we saw the hyenas carrying away. Then from there, he went down the Mulawati to the next carcass where Kalamba's Ngala was. He's eaten that and left nothing there. And then from there, he's gone all the way down and he's crisscrossed the Mulawati as he's gone. And now we've gotten to about, this is where Twin Dams is, down here. We've gotten to just north of Twin Dams and he's gone straight east like this now. And we're in this block at the moment. There's a road running here, a road running here, and a road running here. So what we trying to do is follow the track as best we can, and even if we lose it, and this is a thing with tracking, particularly leopards, because they're so light-footed and they have such small kind of padded feet, is that we'll track it as much as we can, and if we lose the track, then we know at least we've got these 3 roads to work with and he should come out. If he doesn't come out, if we walk these 3 roads and he doesn't emerge from there, then we know that he's still inside here and we can refocus and we can do sort of loops around until we find him. As to which leopard it is still a mystery because of the fact that we kind of the movement that he's doing. Tingana has been spending a lot of time in Tortured Buffalo's Hook, so it could be him. I suspect, though, more likely Mulawati. Daniel, how long does a track last for? That's really weather dependent. So on a day like today where there's no wind and no rain, these tracks will be here for a good 4 or 5 days more, depending on whether or not elephants walk here, rhinos walk here, buffalo, whatever it may be, because those will compress the tracks and you'll lose them. But if, let's say, hypothetically, you put a little track of sand and you were able to keep all the animals off of it and you put your handprint in there, it's super weather dependent. So is there a lot of wind? Does rain fall? That would be the 2 big things that would kind of change things. As soon as rain falls, it just completely washes the tracks away. And if it's heavily windy, it blows the tracks. But Daniel, it's something you can do at home is just get a bucket, fill it up with sand, compress your hand into it, or maybe not a bucket, just somewhere in your garden if you've got one. Push your hand into it, and then just watch what happens to it day after day, and you'll see how quickly the tracks degrade. But it's normally probably 2-3 weeks until they're gone out here, but that's because there's so many animals that are moving around.
Now we've left our sleeping lions who failed an attempt to get the zebras and the wildebeest. Now the zebras have walked, and together with the wildebeest, have walked up to this grassland here. They're grazing slowly, heading to a water hole, because most of the time at this hour you find them drinking or maybe when it gets to noon, or maybe when it's a little bit hotter. Now, this mixed herd come in handy when it comes to defense and also watching over predators. Zebras have a very sharp eye, and wildebeest take an advantage walking alongside them. Another thing is that also zebras take an advantage because the wildebeest will eat the tall grass, and then the grass that is left, the zebras take an advantage of that. Now look at that stallion staring. That is significantly what happens in this kind of herd, especially when they're moving, because they can be ambushed happening sometimes here because of the long grass. See, when they're walking in the single files, it's easy for the lions to isolate. Now, a little bit earlier, we had our 3 lionesses. They got split up because we have a big herd. Now, when these wildebeest or maybe zebras are walking, they don't have a determined leader. Anyone can pick control and walk to match where they're heading. Now, the single file helps them, especially breaking down the wind, and it's easier walking in unison like that because then there's no much energy used when they're walking that. I'm sure they have a mission and they'll be going to a waterhole, and sometimes in the waterhole, that is where they can get ambushed.
We have the water walk. It's a parade. They're all coming down to drink at Treehouse Dam. Hey, look at that little one running, PK. Run, 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 run. We're going swimming. It's swimming time. And this is the water walk. You see, they pick up speed. It's almost like a swagger. We're on the dam wall. They're at the opposite side of the dam to us right now. And they've all just streamed in from the block. And it's not that hot today. I've still got my jacket on. It's really chilly. So they must be thirsty. Elephants are completely water dependent. So lovely. They're bizarre looking animals when they move fast. Here we go. The drinking begins. Oh, look who's made an appearance, BK, and he's not too happy. Mr. Hippo. He's thinking, oh no, why do these elephants always come here? Can you hear them splashing, or is it too windy? Unfortunately, it's too windy. You can hear them now. The wind's died down. I'm just going to let you enjoy this for a minute longer. patrol and elephants can swim. And in fact, they were incredibly good at it. Big, giant pachyderms moving in the water, you would think that, well, they would sink and not have the ability to keep themselves afloat, but they can actually make themselves quite positively buoyant, and buoyancy is the key for any living thing in a water medium. And they can use their powerful legs and keep themselves afloat along with the positive buoyancy. Of course, they're equipped with that trunk, which means that they can always submerge themselves and keep the trunk out and still breathe, which humans can't do unless we get a plastic snorkel and attach it to our head. So yes, he can swim. It's really only humans and primates that have to learn how to swim. We're not born with that innate ability to just be thrown into water and swim. Or maybe we are, actually, because we come from an amniotic sac in the womb. But as we start to get older, we lose that. And as a toddler, we have to learn how to swim again. I went to swimming lessons for 15 years. My entire childhood was swimming. And it's not easy. And yet these elephants can swim as soon as they're born.
We've got only the herd of wildebeest now. The zebras actually didn't move towards where the cheetah was, but they have moved in the opposite direction towards some water. But you can see there's actually a cattle egret that's in between the wildebeest there, and it seems like they're all lying down, just enjoying the nice warm sun for now. And can't really see, it seems like they are ruminating. All of them just chewing and re-chewing all the food that they've been eating the whole morning. And as it heats up, they are settling down a bit. And I think they'll probably head over to water a little bit later on. You can see there's only one of them standing up still. Oh, there's two of them actually. And a couple of youngsters in between there as well, from the previous breeding season. I can imagine that there's a few of them that she must be pregnant as well. So yeah, in southern Africa, the wildebeests will be having their calves at the end of the year, start of next year. Oh, the cattle egret just flew off. The cattle egret was probably there around them trying to feed on any insects they would have chased off or chased out of the grass while they were feeding. Obviously with them not moving around at all, the cattle egret's going to go and try something else or some other animals to maybe find some insects. Interesting that there's those two that's just standing up and not lying down. There's quite a bit of a wind blowing. I'm sure you can maybe hear it as well. That's now picked up over these open plains, and it's got a bit of a chill in it, and I wonder if that's also maybe why they're lying down, trying to get out of it a bit. Oh, there's one of them rolling around. You can imagine this black cotton soil has like a fine dust on it as well, so that one rolling just to get some of that dust on its back and maybe chase some of the biting insects. Some jackal flies also off of it. One scratching his head there, trying to groom himself. Right, there one of them is up and does look like a female. Just look at that stomach is hanging quite low, so, and quite rounded, so probably a pregnant female as well. So weird with this wind blowing out. I think these wildebeests are in two minds with the temperature, because it's warm, the sun is warm, but the wind is very, very chilly. But I think from here, Craig and I are going to head around and see if we can get a view of those cheetahs that we heard earlier and see what they're up to.
Well, weather-wise here where we are, everything is just quiet, very peaceful, no wind, beautiful sunshine, and the temperatures are just perfect, as that giraffe can tell you, and the others in this particular huge herd of giraffes. First one chewing cud, the rest, as usual, browsing. It's one of the largest herds I've seen in the recent past. And these are the Maasai giraffe. And the trees you see there's a very deep lager, rather, where the lionesses I showed you the other day with 4 cubs, this was the den, and those cubs were born in this particular area here. And the reason for me to come here is because they made that buffalo kill yesterday. And then, of course, the hyenas came and, as usual, snatched it from them. I've been thinking they must have come back to their original den, and this is where it should be. Because one particular giraffe that is in front, if you look at her body language, her eyes, or of course it's a male, his eyes are focused in a particular direction and he's not even moving. I don't want to say he's not blinking, but that tells me he is staring at something he does not like. Wonderful sight giraffes got. This bull, as much as he continues enjoying chewing his cud like in a slow motion, shoo, 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 he's definitely looking at, to me, some sort of predator. And I'm thinking it's the lions that we saw this morning with Tim, and they could be the river pride. And what I'll do at one point, I'll try and go around this lager from where I am, cross the bridge, and find out if they're in a place where we could be able to see them.
So we've reached the waterhole, and we're currently looking at 2 African fish eagles just sitting on the water's edge. And I believe they're just drinking at the moment. Normally when they're fishing, they'll fly over the water and grab whatever it is that they've spotted out of the water. And apparently they're capable of lifting a fish up to 2 kilograms out of the water, which is quite a big fish. Now, we arrived at the dam with reports of 2 hyenas apparently finishing off a waterbuck carcass, but it seems like they've dragged it off. So there are no signs of them. Bunch of hippos in the water just next to the fish eagles there. We've seen some impalas around. There's one of the hippos. It's going to be a nice hot day, so I'm sure a lot of animals will be coming down to the waterhole. Lazing away there. So you usually find these fish eagles in pairs. So this is probably a male and a female, and they've got a nest close by. So we've seen them around this waterhole before. How beautiful is the coloration on them. That white neck, white chest, and then the different colors of brown. Oh, they are mating. Or trying to. That's incredible. Wow. Right place at the right time. Let's see if they do that again. Oh, he's approaching. There we go. Oh, it looks like he's actually preening her as well. Notice how he just got hold of some of her feathers in the back there before he jumped on. So we usually see them all year round. They don't migrate like some of the other eagles. They're usually around this waterhole. So nice having both of them at the water's edge. Lavelle, do fish eagles have a breeding season? Well, seeing as we just witnessed them jumping each other there, I'd say it's probably the breeding season now. I'm not 100% sure though, but I will see if I can find out and I'll come back to you on that one. But a lot of the migrant eagles, they come back and they would be mating now. But like I said, these eagles stay around here. They don't really move around too much. They're quite sedentary.
As you can see, our leopard has crossed the road and has made his way along. The tracks are getting fresher and fresher as we go, but it's not why we've stopped here. I mean, this is obviously his track, but over here is the track for a female leopard who, I mean, it could be Tandi, it could be Sabui, and where we are at the moment. And so it's difficult to be able to say exactly who. But what I wanted to show you is just the size difference between these two tracks. And the best way to do that, and I've done this before, but I'll do it again today just because a lot of you might not have seen this, is that you basically get a little piece of grass and you break it. And then what you do is you can overlay it over the track of the male. All right, in a size like that. No, wind. You're messing around with my tracking. Oh no, the wind has completely destroyed this now. Sorry guys. So you do it basically like that and like that, and that'll give you an idea. So you can see how much wider the track is on the male and also how much longer it is. So the male is a much bigger track. The track freshness is also quite interesting. If you have a look at this female track, which is from last night, do you see how the edges, while they are quite defined, are almost sort of roughened? They don't look very crisp and clear. They look as though there's kind of particles that have slowly sort of eroded away from it a little bit, and it kind of seems as though the edges are a bit raggedy, if you can call it that. So it's kind of shaggy edge. Whereas if we look at this track, which is probably going to be easier now that I've been touching that one, look at the back pad and the edge here. Do you see how crisp and clear that line is? That tells us that this track is much fresher than that track. The fact that he also hasn't stopped and sniffed here means that for him, this track is not even that fresh either. He doesn't really worry too much about it, and he's not following her. But the lines on this tell us that this is very fresh and that he's probably not too far away. Obviously, we've been standing here for a while, so he's probably gained a bit of distance. But at the end of the day, her track going down and his crossing, probably going to follow his just purely based off the fact that his is fresher. Now, in this particular situation, it's very likely that
none of... Oh, sorry about that. I don't know where you were, but I think they must have had an issue. Beaky and I were actually just talking about photographing birds. and how tricky it is, and how we always think we've got the bird and we never got the bird. We're actually just watching a batalier in flight, and sometimes when you see big birds of prey, it's good to just follow them to see where they're going to go and what they're doing. But generally speaking, raptors, especially vultures, mostly vultures, are very heavy birds and have got long wings. So they can flap, of course they can fly, but it's very energetically costly. Whereas if you wait a little while, you're perched on a branch, and you wait until the sun comes up and all the thermals rise, you can actually what they call ride the thermals. And this is a very energy efficient way of flying. So you're still flapping, but not as much. And it's said to reduce the energy costs by 3. So it's 3 times as efficient. So that's why you will find the likes of bataliers, vultures, maybe not so much your tawnies, just waiting until those air pockets lift with the sun rising, and they can ride those thermals. And it's a lot easier for them because they are heavy, heavy birds. But we can no longer see the batalier, I'm afraid. Now, Kuchava and Sun, we have been following the whole morning in terms of the radio. I know that we haven't seen Kuchava in a very long time. She's at the very southern side of Chitwa, just on another property called Annette, and we are not able to traverse there, I'm afraid. So I'm hoping that she's going to cross onto Chitwa and we can go down and see Kuchava and Sun. But at the moment, there's no visual for us. But I'm keeping my ear to the radio just in case we get the chance to see Princess Kuchava.
Well, I'm sure you'll be lucky, Laura, and get some visuals. And I'm looking at a lilac-breasted roller here that's slowly struggling to balance on that bush, because the winds just picked up from nowhere. I mean, when we were watching the giraffes earlier, it was very calm. It wasn't windy at all, but then all of a sudden, the weather has changed. And my favorite bird, I'm sure it's not very comfortable, because what should be doing there is to try and locate some insects to feed on, or some reptiles of some sort, some amphibians maybe. I'm just enjoying how she's trying to balance there. This is the lilac-breasted roller. I'm sure you know it's my favorite bird of that size, and also the national bird of Kenya. In general, solitary as you see them there. She's calling now. And there, the mate has come. I think she was calling the mate. 2 of them. And the sexual dimorphism of this bird is very difficult to tell. But if you can look very carefully and decide which could be slightly bit bigger inside than the other, then that will be the male. In flight, beautiful birds. One has left. So will the other one follow suit? If she does, or he does, I'm sure Bunge will try and catch him or her in flight, and you'll see how colorful these rollers are. Are you ready to leave? Sarah Jambon, how are you today? And you're saying this roller is on a roll. And it's true. I mean, that's how even they got their name. They've been known to Ula. Good job, Bungay. Look at that, Sarah. You're going to patch again there. See the beautiful colors. Excellent. Just repositioned. And that's how they got their names, because they've been known also sometimes to mate well in the air as they roll. And see, she got her head bent downwards. And maybe from where she was perched before, there was not much of food. So you just change your hunting ground to a different area. It was quite nice to see them together. But again, as I had said before, the very solitary birds, you will see them on their own. Very happy to see my favorite bird, and I will be moving on to hunt also for something else.
It's always nice seeing how rollers, especially the lilac-breasted roller, how they do the rolling flight. Now here we have two lions, a pair. We have a male and a female there. Now these two looks like they are courting. So the male is trying to court her, but she's not yet ready to mate. Now lionesses become sexually receptive for about 2 to 4 days, once every 2 years, if she raises her cubs into weaning. But if she loses her cubs, she only comes into heat within as little as maybe 3 to 4 weeks. Now, if these lions are mating occurs about 2 times an hour or maybe 3 times an hour, depending on how soon the mating began. For a period of about 1 or 2, then less than a minute each time. So we're staying here with these lions to see if they're going to mate. But I reckon this lioness is not yet ready. Now, sometimes when we have mating going on, females play what we call hard to get, because sometimes within the territory we have bigger males. Now, animals prefer the bigger males for a stronger gene. So if that happens, and another lion within this entire territory happens to find the scent, he will come and kick this male out. But if that's not the case, then when she's ready to mate, then they will actually mate. You see how it keeps on checking? Indeed, love is in the air. Thank you for your comment. Now he will keep on watching, and if the lioness walk away, he will follow her until when it's about time to mate. Now he seems like a young, or maybe he's on his prime. Look at how beautiful his mane is. Very handsome boy. Now it's in the open now, it's still hot. That's why the lioness has chosen to sleep there. But I'm sure later on, she will go to look for a shade. We're hoping to see them mating, or maybe if not today, maybe tomorrow, or maybe in the evening. Now, when a time like this arises, then they might go without food for those mating days. But if it's too soon, maybe, or not about to happen, we have wildebeest not far from here. And that tells you that these two couple are ready to mate. That's why they've ignored the wildebeest. The wildebeest are unaware of their presence. And if it was the case, when lions are hungry, then they'll take an opportunity over trying to get closer to those wildebeest. But some of the wildebeest are aware of the presence, but in a big herd like this, some of them are absent-minded, some of them are not aware of what's happening, and those are the ones that fall prey. Now this guy is not very much asleep because he keeps on raising his head back and forth, but this female looks like she's sound asleep, warming up maybe from a long night. Seems like they've walked a long distance because she is not accepting him. So let's wait here and find out what they will do.
Flying off, huh?
All right, we're just trying to find a very special bird. The mother cheetah and 4 cubs, when we moved off, there was a little bit of behavior that showed us that they weren't too comfortable with us. So we decided just to lead them. We had a fantastic view of those animals, and just applying pressure like it, you never want to do that. You want to obviously give respect, obviously not just in the bush, but with life in general. What you give is what you get. And we decided rather just to let them do their thing, full bellies. They're going to go to sleep. There's a beautiful little bird here moving around us, and we're just trying to get a picture of it. It's a bird called a long-billed combre, and we are just trying to get a view of it. It's been circling us, and obviously with birds, as we found out over the past few days, that it's quite a challenge. If you don't think about pointing at them, and if you don't physically point at them, they should stay there. But what we're going to do is we're just going to continue slowly over here to see if we can get lucky with it. But what an amazing view we had of those cheetah. That was super special. And if we continue to give respect like that, they become more and more relaxed with our presence. And all they want to do now is just relax. You've got a full belly. You just want to sit down in a bit of shade and take it easy. So without pressure, we don't want to give them any resistance.
So we are getting somewhere.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ochola.
Welcome.
Well, Tristan, very good. Now, we got Thompson gazelles here, and we got a bird with them. Before this bird here, there was another lapwing. That's called the blacksmith lapwing. The current one now, this is the spur-winged lapwing, and these are the Thompson gazelles. And if you look carefully, they're all males by virtue of them having big horns. Females have very small horns, a little crooked, and sometimes they are very thin or even missing. Every time I see Thompson gazelle, they remind me of cheetahs, because here in the Maasai Mara, the Tommies are the fast food on cheetah's menu. There was a scratch there. Not sure this particular lapwing is very happy. Look at that. With these Tommies around here. Huge scratch. There could be some sort of parasite there, who knows? And we don't normally see oxpeckers coming to the Tommies. Oxpeckers are the birds that we see in big mammals, like elephants or buffaloes. Or they'll always come and have a symbiotic kind of relationship, and they help remove the ticks or the mites. Still scratchy there. That has a short stump of a tail. You see that? We've been seeing that a lot with elephants here. But now I think this could be my first in a long time to see from a Thompson gazelle having a stump of a tail. And I've always debated, maybe we should get some kind of research here in the Maasai Mara, finding out why we have so many animals here. They do have the short tails, be it elephants, be it lions, and now a Thompson gazelle. This one doesn't look bothered to eat. He seems fine and full. Beautiful. You remember how we saw the giraffes earlier that was chewing cud? Now this one's not doing slow motion. They're just chewing very quickly the grass. They're picking. And they normally prefer the short, large grass. But even with the missing tail, the stumps still keep wagging. Like all ruminants, sit, chew what you had eaten earlier. And I'll call this a very basic bachelor club of the Thompson gazelles. Maybe this could be a very good cheetah country. Look at how plain, how flat it is. interesting. Two-seated, chinkad, too busy eating. Bon appetit, Tommies, and we'll definitely see you later.
So we have found yet another giraffe, this time a bull, and he just decided to leave us as you came to us. There are actually two of them just disappearing into the bushes now. Let me see if I can get us a better view. Let's see. Alright, how's that, Gert? Do you think you can get him there? Not easy. They've moved into a little thicket here. So it might be a little bit... It might be hard. Oh, there we go. Kind of see him there. Just stripping the leaves off that bush there. He was actually standing right in front of us here, feeding on this thorn tree. I'm just plucking the leaves off. And this little tree actually had quite big thorns on it. There we go. Gert can show us there quickly. Have a look at those thorns. And it didn't seem like it bothered him at all. Giraffes are perfectly adapted to deal with these thorns, and they actually prefer the thorn trees because this is a much sweeter, nicer tasting leaf than something that doesn't have thorns, because those trees will protect themselves with a chemical, or they have a lot of tannin, so it's quite a bitter leaf. So the way they're adapted to deal with these thorns is that they have, it's almost like these enlarged taste buds, so it's quite rubbery almost. So those thorns don't hurt the tongue. And then the lips are also quite hard. So these thorns don't bother them at all. Well, they have disappeared into the thicket, so I think we're going to continue for now.
We were sitting and watching the cheetahs, but then they went into the thickets to get out of the warm sun and also this quite heavy wind that's blowing at the moment. But then we came across a side-striped jackal. Oh, he's turning around, going in the opposite direction now that he was going in earlier. He was scent marking earlier. Just finding a spot to lie down underneath this small tree there. I'm hoping that the other individual will also come out. The reason why I say that is often with these side-striped jackals, they have a mating, there will be a mating pair in an area. They are monogamous, so they mate for life, and they are quite territorial. And I have seen two jackal on this big open floodplain before, so I wonder if his mate is just around the corner here somewhere, or maybe just lying down. Might be that they've got a den here somewhere. Often they'll den their little pups inside a warthog burrow or an aardvark burrow or so. And I wonder if he's maybe picking up the scent of the carcass from the cheetah there in the distance. It might be that he's trying to hang around to see if he can get a bite from them later on. Favor, you're asking if jackal hunt like wild dogs. They do not. So wild dogs, they are apex predators and they don't really scavenge at all. Where jackal, in particularly this side-striped jackal, they are omnivores but eat more smaller rodents and will scavenge a little bit, but it's mostly them just foraging and trying to look for something small to eat. So blackback jackal, for example, they'll scavenge a lot more, but side-striped jackal not that often. They will if they get the opportunity though. He's actually settling down, heads down. You can see the wind blowing onto his fur there. Oh, it must be quite cold. So it's so weird. It's a very warm sun, but cold wind blowing. So I think he's trying to get into the shade, but also out of the wind. But I think we are going to leave him now that he's settling down and see if we can go look for something else.
We have done a huge loop around Pridelands as we're trying to find one of my favorite breeding herds, but they've done a sneaky and slipped away, so we've come back to an old favorite in Ndlovu Dam, where of course there are some elephants, but not a breeding herd, but just the boys. But that's good enough. It's I think the cold spell is finally over and we're back to our warmer days. So hopefully we'll be seeing lots of swimming elephants over the next couple of drives. You can see the elephant just investigating with his trunk around the edge of the water. I'm sure you can pick up all sorts of different scents from all the other elephants that have moved around and come through and had a drink, or even the buffalo. We know that they've been spending so much time here too. I don't think it's quite warm enough for mud wallowing weather. I think it's more just, I'm thirsty and I want the cleanest water to drink. So you saw that. So you saw how he slurped up a trunkful and then he spat it all out. Well, he didn't spit it out, but he pushed it out with his trunk and then he drank the cleaner water. Elephants are quite particular about the water that they drink. And you'll often see them sifting through the surface with their trunks just to move away if there's any algae or any sediments and things like that, and then they'll drink it up. And of course Impala on their way in too. Excited to have a drink, but now they've got to face a wall of elephants. And we know what the bulls are like. Either young elephants will enjoy to chase other animals around, but then so do these adolescents. You can see that boy over there, he's kind of just watching them, making sure that no one gets too close. The Impala don't really seem too perturbed by this. They've just got one goal in mind, and that is to quench their thirst. See them all lining up now. Here we go. Clever Impala. I think all the animals now know that they need to give things like elephants a wide berth. The buffalo don't mind so much if you drink on top of them, but the elephants, of course, being quite boisterous. Walk right past my tent. I didn't see it. I saw his tracks. And then also had a male leopard walk in the opposite direction, but over the top of the male lion's tracks. Oh, a fish eagle. Look at that. That's cool. Just up going, going. Where are you going? Oh, wow. That's super epic. That is the first fish eagle I've seen at Ndlovu Dam. It looked like a juvenile. Its feathers were very mottled, sort of black and white. I don't know if you got a quick glimpse of that. But I wondered why the bird's all of a sudden giving off some alarm calls. That's very cool to see. Hopefully we'll get another view of it. Maybe it decides to come and perch on one of these dead trees. But I think this is where we are going to sit for the rest of the morning to see what other visitors come down to Ndlovu Dam.
David, it's a stone, my friend.
Carl, I think it's a steenbok.
Really? I think it's a stone. I'm sure it's a stone.
Oh, but look at his eyes.
Eyes? Oh, it's got eyes. Oh, wow. Okay. And it's got ears. All right, look at this behavior, ladies and gents. Hence the name steenbok. Translated from Afrikaans, it would be stone buck. And its behavior when the animal's resting, tucking its ears in, dropping its head, having somewhat of a visual appearance of a stone. We drove past and I kept my eye on it. I was like, no, it's a stone. The stone is moving. Look at how big the ears are. Oh. Whoa. Lightning quick. Wow. It was sitting there for quite a while, so it couldn't have been us. We've been sitting here and just watching it. But how beautiful was that behavior? And that's a very efficient way in how they will evade predators.
Adekona? Got some buffaloes here. You can imagine how dry, say, a place like Kalahari would be. And look at the green that I got here. This is because the Maasai Mara rains a lot. Yesterday we had little showers, but the day before we had bigger rains. And we'll always have water all over. Apart from the normal rains, we got so many springs within the Maasai Mara Game Reserve. And these buffaloes stopped here for a drink. They may drink and have a rest. And just like the Tommies, start regurgitating and ruminating. Some of them are on the open area there on the sand, imagining they're getting some warmth from the substrate, not wanting to lie on the grass, which is a bit cold and wet. Young calf there, staying very close to mama, and the very protective buffaloes in their numbers. And if you look carefully, there are all ages of buffaloes here, and that you can tell by the sizes. Some got pretty small horns, of course, small bodies. As they get older, you get those huge horns. Examples of males, the big horns that we call the boss. I'm not surprised if they'll spend the rest of the day right where they are. It's very unusual to see them going like the thick, huge trees you see in the background there to shade themselves from the hot sun. Buffaloes, with their fur, they're very comfortable, even in open spaces like where they are. Water is just next door, as you can see. Should they ruminate enough, feel thirsty, because buffaloes take lots of water. Remember, your comments or questions are always welcome. You can send them through to #WildEarth or at FC the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. Tanya, you're asking how often do buffaloes sleep? Buffaloes may not sleep per se, Tanya. What they may do, they'll have small little catnaps, if I may call them that. Like where they are, you might see them closing their eyes, stopping, ruminating, and having a nap. But unlike elephants that you can tell when they're actually sleeping, when they stop eating, for buffaloes it's rather difficult. And at night, they also tend to move a lot when you'd expect them, to be sleeping. It should be very difficult to explain or to show how long, say, buffaloes would sleep. Tanya, we know we got animals like giraffes, we can tell, or we know they sleep about 30 minutes in a day of 24 hours. For buffaloes, they may have small little naps here and there and then continue doing their thing, either ruminating, moving, or just grazing. Herds of 100, 200, sometimes up to 500 are very normal here in the Maasai Mara, because you have a huge area where they could just eat. They may not be territorial like some of the cats, and they keep moving from one area to another. Sometimes we say they got what we call home ranges, and the different herds will always avoid overlapping. Oops, there's something going on in that particular group there. I'm not sure what happened. They just rose up and they started chasing each other. But whatever it was, things seem to have settled down as I will be moving on.
Another bull has just arrived. Well, he hasn't quite arrived. He's still on top of the damn wall, as you can see, figuring out which way he's going to go down. It always amazes me watching these animals go up and down. Now, every single year, this dam wall is going to get steeper and steeper and also narrower because of the amount of animal activity going up and down. And then, of course, when the rains do come, that causes quite a bit of erosion. You can imagine the vegetation typically around the watering hole disappears first, and it does take quite an impact. And it's normal to sort of have all that erosion and stuff like this, especially if you've got steep embankments and animals are constantly coming over it all the time. He's not the biggest bull. He's still one of the smaller ones with the group, but rushing on over. He's headed straight towards the largest bull that you can see there in the middle. Not going to go and say hello? No. He's going straight in for a drink. They have to be respectful of their elders, otherwise they end up getting a bit of a hiding. Oh, look what else is coming over. Sorry, Odie, I've just noticed another one right here. I'm hoping that the breeding herds are going to come. This looks like it might be a female, actually. Oh, they're all over. Oh, my goodness, never mind. They're coming. They are so quiet. The elephants have actually snuck in from behind us. Hi, guys. And, Odie, do you know what I'm going to have to do? Is I'm actually going to have to move. Sorry. I need to move right now because I'm blocking the pathway of the elephants. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to basically move here. They've come around the damn wall. We didn't even hear them. Got these big fatty pads at the bottom of their feet, so I can't hear them. And I need to make sure that I give them enough space so that they can walk here. Goodness. We're going to have a lot of elephants moving on through. So we'll have a look at these ones. I'm going to also look behind me, however. So I think it might be more than one herd. Breeding herd top there. And we have got a second breeding herd coming from behind us. So just while you watch them all navigate across that very narrow damn wall, it's also great how great their balance is. I'm just going to make sure that the cows that are coming from behind are happy with us, and if they'd like me to move, then of course I will move for them. Oh, this is so fantastic. I'm so happy that our elephants have come home. I've really missed them. Priscilla, yes, what a great question. They do indeed travel daily. So elephants are constantly on the go all the time, always looking for food and always looking for available and clean water if they can. So this is the herd that I moved out of the way from. You can see them all just walking past us. It's a smaller group. So what was really awesome to see is that for quite a couple of months, we had 3 different breeding herds of elephants that we would see almost every single day. And they were happy with the amount of water that was here. They were obviously happy with the food availability too. Because typically elephants will move from one area, they'll feed for a couple of days or a week or however long, and then they'll move into another spot. But because Pridelands at one point was a fenced-off reserve, it's only for a few years now been opened up to form part of the greater Kruger ecosystem. I think there's a lot of untouched vegetation here that they're quite happy to feed on. So these areas haven't been browsed and grazed as heavily as the other areas, so they are spending a lot more time here. But then for a period of 2 weeks, all the breeding herds disappeared. And they must have gone into Baluli, or perhaps they went into Klasiri or Jajani, just north of us, and were just doing what elephants do best, I suppose, travel far distances and looking for something else to eat. But now they're back, which makes me happy, and I hope that they are here to stay. There is so much going on at this dam. The impala are here. There are loads and loads of quilias that you might see flying around every now and then in between the elephants. There are lots of different bird species, blacksmith lapwings, I mean, you name it, doves. I can go on for a long time. But this is great. I'm trying to see which breeding herd of elephants it is. So typically with the Ellies, just for those who haven't been watching, we have two herds that we see on a regular basis. The Alicia Keys herd, we haven't named them properly, and then Susan's herd, which we were lucky to see again yesterday, and I think I saw them this morning very briefly. And then there's another herd of elephants with an elephant. Can I just point to something quickly? Where's my hand? Odie up there. There's the fish eagle. I think one of these trees.
Now we're back to our mating lions. A little while earlier I thought that lioness was not yet ready, but it seems like this is almost the end or maybe the beginning, because she just mated a little while ago. Now this male is still following her closely, but she keeps on growling at him, keeping him at a distance. Now when lions are mating, sometimes the females, when they're not yet ready for them, sometimes they act a little bit aggressive towards them. I'm not quite sure whether this is a big male for him, but then she has no option since there's no other male around here. Now she's trying to walk to a shade, but then the male keeps on like walking in front of her, trying to keep her to bay. But then she's now laid down, but then the male is still watching over, see what will turn out to be. Remember I told you when these lions mate, females get into season once about every 2 years. This is because the cubs, after being given birth, they are weaned at about 9 months, and then the mom will be with them for 2 years. Now, if that is successful, that is when the females come into estrus and then mate again. But if she maybe had cubs and maybe they were killed, then she'll come into season maybe after 3 or 4 weeks. Now, nothing much is happening right now, but we're sure she will mate again after about 20 minutes. TJ, thank you for your questions. Are there more female lions than males in the Mara? Yes, we have lots of female lions more than males, because most of the lion prides here have what we call female, or maybe because of the success rate in how prides are numbered, then females get to be more. The gene pool here is very, very different, because we've heard that females are more than males. So coming to your question again, yes, we have more females than males here in the Mara. He's still staring at her, knowing that she will wake up soon.
Right, so we're still here. Obviously, we're definitely not going anywhere, because I don't even know how many elephants are here. There's like maybe 40 or 50 elephants right now at this dam, and I'm desperately trying to figure out which herds we have. It's so interesting. So I've just been looking with my binoculars, because we've been sitting on the opposite side of the dam, so I don't have a close look. I can't see any obvious members right now, and I'm looking desperately. So there's obviously a few that I can ID fairly well. So I'm wondering if this is not the herd with the leucistic elephant bull in it, the youngster, because that's quite a big herd, and they're all together. So I'm just having a look, so I do apologize, because from this distance it's going to be quite difficult to see. So essentially I'm just looking for, he's got white eyelashes, and he's got white hair on his tail. He's got a bit of pigmentation around his mouth, and his eyes are a completely different color. They're the same color as the leucistic lions of the Birmingham Pride that you see at andBeyond in Ngala. So I'm just having a look, because you can easily miss him. But he's so cool. It's so nice to see. But now, of course, all the elephants have really got their bums towards us, which makes it increasingly difficult to ID them. We normally use their ears or the shapes of their tusks or, you know, any sort of key ID features that they may have that will make it easy for us to pick out individuals. But this is proving to be quite difficult. But look how amazing this is. Bambi, I was waiting for someone to ask, what does leucistic mean? So thank you for that. So I'm sure you've maybe seen some pictures or you've heard people talking about the leucistic lions of the Birmingham Pride, but it happens with lots of different animals. And essentially it's just a lack of melanin. So they lack the pigment that is dark. So it's not they're not albino. They're not completely they don't lack the melanin. They lack melanin completely. Sorry, is an albino, and then you'll see that they're almost completely white in color. They're pink. They're very, very fair. But with leucism, you'll see still some kind of pattern to them. So if it's a leopard, you'll still see the spots are just going to be, or the rosettes are a slightly different color. With the lions, you'll still see, they've got those patches on the back of their ears. They don't lose like their complete coloration, if that makes sense. But it's a recessive gene, so both male and female, if they mate, have to have it to be able to pass it on. Well, that's what the scientists think. That's what the study is shown now. So they have to carry those genes in order to get a leucistic offspring. Look at that elephant on the right-hand side. I think it's going to chase the impala. No, just herding them away slightly. I don't actually know which herd this is. I'm still having, look, there's a cow with a big tear in her ear, but it's not Alicia that we normally see. Oh, there he is. Okay. Owen, those 3 elephants that are interacting in the center of the herd, can you see that? They've all got their trunks out. If you go in there, I found the leucistic bull, but the big cow has basically just moved to the left. So if you, yes, that one. So there's an elephant in the middle there. He's quite small. That looks like it's him. I'm going to try and go around to the other side so I can show you all what he actually looks like.
Well, we didn't find the leopard we're looking for, but we did find another leopard, which makes me very, very excited because it's a leopard tortoise. And, well, we haven't seen any of these since summer. I'm very, very, very surprised that this massive individual is actually even out and around. They don't come out until we get a good amount of rain. And so it's surprising she's out. Maybe from yesterday's cooler weather, she got quite a little bit that she'd be able to move around and rains are about to start. But when I say she's a big girl, if I put my hand here and give you an idea of how large this tortoise is, it's probably, if I put the hand
Well, ladies and gentlemen, so sorry. Sometimes we get these technical hitches. Just for us to broadcast all the way from Africa, it's not easy. But on a brighter side, I got my favorite mammals, elephants, just crossing very close from where I am on the road. And it's just a beautiful family. There's one that's crossing the road right now. Look at her. Another stamped tail like the Thompson gazelle we were watching before. She was left behind and she had to run and catch up with the main herd. Always safety numbers. And whatever might have happened to her tail, we do not know. But imagining maybe some predators way back tried to bring her down, I'm sure she was quite traumatized and she has never forgotten that. And she learned maybe her lesson. Always stay with everybody and more so, stay with the adults. And it could be anything. That's just my theory of what could have happened to her tail. Look at that small little calf there. Typical setup for elephants to keep the young ones right in the middle. And more often than not, following mama to learn on how to feed, what to feed on, knowing what to do with their trunks as they get older. I've always seen elephants using their trunks, the adults, like they're picking spaghetti. Moving slowly to join up. They may choose to eat on that green termite mound there. Calvin, you have a question. You're asking whether elephants are known to be smart animals. Yes, elephants are very, very intelligent. If I would compare the smartness of elephants, I would relate them to the hyenas. Very smart. You'd see, Calvin, how they normally protect. Or when you look at the social structure of elephants and see how they protect their young ones, what they feed on, or a general behavior. If you stay the elephant like a whole day, you'll understand how smart they are. When they move away from danger, you'll see them communicating, of course, infrasonically to their young ones or amongst themselves. When they go to drink, they'll choose the place, if it's a river, where it's not very deep. They go where the water is very clean, it's very calm. Occasionally they choose areas where they'll get some springs. If there's any danger, you'll see how they'll pass the message very quickly, especially the matriarch, to everybody. Everybody move this direction, or please stop, listen carefully, and then the matriarch will give instructions. They're very smart animals. To see an elephant in danger or a baby calf that is lost, it's very difficult. But you know, we had seen Jasiri the other day, a baby elephant that had a bad foot, that has dramatically improved. And the last I saw her, the day before yesterday, she was in good shape. And the vet doctors here have done all what they can to make sure she is fine. We all know these are my favorite animals. And any day I see elephants, I've always said, it is a good day. And the days I don't see elephants, I've always said it's like a day when I do not get sunshine. And not in Africa, where you're going to say you'll not get sunshine. In here, the Mara, especially when you don't see sunshine, then it's not a very good day. Well, with this beautiful sunshine, elephants on my right, I'll be moving on to look for something else for you. All right, Pakam, you need to move. Very good. Well done, Pakam.
Left that flood back to the pride of lions that we had earlier this morning, and found them not far away from the spot where they were, but now just in the shade. But interesting how we've got this variation in temperature, because you can see the grass is blowing in the wind, and there's actually went out of the shade and out in the open, and trying to warm himself up in the sun. And even before guinea to the lions being here. Oh, there's two youngsters further back. Okay, so the whole pride is here. We couldn't see them earlier. And it seems like they're a little bit irritated by something that's biting them there. Some flies or so that's biting. Tail flick. This individual here, this youngster here closer to us, is also going back to his mom moving to the shade. Not sure if he wants the sun or the shade. But for now, I think we're going to see what these youngsters get up to. Seems like they're starting to move around a little bit more. But Craig and I will stick around.
From the largest of Africa's carnivores to the smallest here in the low veldt, the dwarf mongoose. Just starting to wake up. It's the perfect time now, not so cold. Sun is up, and it's now time to start scanning. Not too unlike the meerkats. Normally the alpha male comes out first, and he starts to look around. Is it safe for the rest of his family to come out? Is there any threat nearby? And I'm not just talking about threats in the forms of lions. I'm talking about snakes, aerial predators in the form of battaliers or tawny eagles or any raptor really that would hunt a mongoose. And once the coast is clear, you'll let everyone else know, guys, the coast is clear, it's time to come out and start sunbathing. Get a little bit vitamin D, and then it's time to go hunting. Now, the sleeping sites that we see are not the same every single night. They can sleep in any of their mounds, and they've got a sort of network within their territory. So normally they just run to the closest one as soon as the sun is starting to set and it's time to hide. They'll just run to the closest mound in the area that they are in. But they're very territorial about all their mounds, and they will mark them. Not only with anal gland secretions, but also in their cheeks. Just like the lions and leopards, a lot of mammals have sebaceous glands in their cheeks. A little bit of grooming going on before we start our day. And just like hyenas and various other animals, they have a latrine, and this is where they all sort of put their scat collectively. It's an accumulation of the group's scats, which doesn't sound very pleasant, but this is also a form of territorial marking. Not only do they mark their territory, but the alpha male generally tends to mark his family. He wants to recognize them all by scent. Scent is so important for these animals, and he doesn't want an intruder to come in because maybe visually they all look the same. It's hard to identify your own family visually, especially if you don't rely on your vision. And therefore, the male will mark them all. He'll leave a scent on all of his sort of group to know that they're his. And then when an intruder does come in, he knows immediately by scent, this mongoose does not belong in our business. They're remarkably habituated to vehicles as well. They sort of dart in when you first arrive, but as long as you just sit here, they are very familiar with vehicles. Unlike the slender, we've got lots of slender mongoose around, and they are just really not so habituated. Look at them digging. I wonder what they're digging for. Beverly, I think that name was. You're asking, are they aggressive? To us, no. They would never sort of come up and bite us, but they are the sort of smallest carnivore out here. They are ferocious in terms of they hunt termites, snails, beetles with a really hard exoskeleton made from chitin, which is a really tough material in the animal kingdom, scorpions. They take down scorpions, reptiles, all sorts of reptiles, and even extremely small snakes, maybe not the large ones. And therefore, I would say they are aggressive towards those animals. They've got really sharp teeth and sharp claws. And of course, they're very gregarious and social, and they can tackle creatures together. So in terms of aggression on that level, yes, but to us, absolutely not. The main predators of the dwarf mongoose themselves are large snakes. That's why they have to look out for them, birds of prey, and some small carnivores. We've seen Tandy before with the mongoose in her mouth. Leopard's always opportunistic. So we are going to keep enjoying our bumble around Djuma and see what else we can find.
I'm not sure whether my raptor here would hunt the mongoose. I think they would be too big for her. But you never know. These raptors will hunt anything. Well, I want to give you a small little quiz. Hashtag WildEarth or at FC in the comments section of the YouTube chat channels. Would you please tell me which raptor this is? It's a bird of prey. And she's just turning around for you to see her very well. Who do you think this is? Hashtag WildEarth on Twitter. And as always, you know, I'm always very kind. I'll always give you small little hints. It is a goshawk, and I'm sure from there we should be able to get is a goshawk. What goshawk is this? Look at the tip of the beak. It's dark or black. And then it's followed by the bit that's orange towards the eyes. Dark eyes or black eyes. The feet, to me, look orange, just like the cirri on the beak of the same raptor. Which goshawk do you think this is? I'm imagining from where she is, she's looking on what she could feed on. But she is also preening herself, putting her feathers in position in good shape. Sometimes they get also itchy. Keeps going the same place with her beak. Keeps turning. Very well done, Nancy. You are 100% correct. Pale chanting goshawk, or sometimes we call it the dark chanting goshawk. Very good, Nancy. You're correct. I'm giving you 100% and a big clap from the Maasai Mara. Very well done. This is the pale chanting or the dark chanting goshawk. Reptiles in the size of lizards or skinks down there should see some. She's going to fly down and pick them up. Sometimes they get small little mice, rats, insects too, but also they'll hunt small birds, smaller birds than themselves. Grass birds is ticklish if they catch them unaware. Larks too. And she's perched on a shepherd tree or a banana tree. Very good. Moving on to look for something else.
From a pair of chanting goshawk to a pair of lions here. This is a mating couple, viewers. A little while earlier, these two were mating. So they've mated 2 times. And I'm sure they might go for the 3rd round. The lioness seems like she wants to go for shade, but the male is keeping at bay. Remember, we're coming to you live from the Maasai Mara. Hashtag WildEarth. On the YouTube question or the YouTube section at FC. And then for the young viewers, please send us your question at kidsquestion at wildearth.tv. Now these two here are out in the open and it's too hot over here. They might decide to go for shade. Seems like the lioness is watching over something. But the male lion is trying to keep him off because he knows that if she walks further into another lion's territory, then he might lose her for the other lion. And sometimes if males come across such a female and the males are brothers, sometimes the females play mating them both. But in this case, we have only this male lion here. See how handsome he is. Very nice looking mane. The lioness don't seem like a very old lioness. So it seems like this is almost the third time she's mating, maybe. This guy seems a little bit tired, but he's still determined to follow her whenever she goes. Looks a little bit sleepy. The lioness can hear wildebeest and zebras over in the distance. Not sure where the sisters are. But when lions are mating, they isolate themselves from the pride and goes mate. And then after she's receptive and finished mating, she will then head back to the pride, join the pride, and after a gestation period of about 3.5 months, she'll again isolate herself, go somewhere where she'll go, give birth. Then from there, she will be in the den for almost 6 months, keep on swapping dens until she can introduce the cubs to her pride. Now remember, this can go up to almost 4 days when the lions are mating, and most of the time when they're mating, they can go without food. Sometimes only going to drink water and just mate. No, in a mating, the lions can mate for about 2 times or maybe 4 times, depending on how soon the mate started. Reckon maybe after every 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes. You can tell she's warm and hot, but the breeze is nice on her. A little while later, she moved around, but the male was keeping her off from heading down. Miles, why do lions have so much hair? For the male lions, it is important for them to have hair or mane because when lions fight, when they pounce with the big blows, then the mane protects them from that big blow. It is also one of the best protective measures that they have, especially for males. Look at how handsome he is. Now the female looks like she wants to make a move. A little bit of a scratch there. Now the male there is watching over because there are zebras calling there. The stallion can be heard calling. And remember this, he has to keep on watch because this is not his territory. So if the male that is the owner of this territory comes in, then this guy will be in trouble. Very sleepy guy. See, let's wait and see what will happen next.
We have life at Galagopan. No, don't disappear, everyone. We had a huge herd of impala drinking and a waterbuck, which is so lovely. It's been a long time since we've had life around Galagopan. They must feel it's safe to do so, because there's clearly no predators around here, unfortunately. They always feel vulnerable, all the antelope. Bending over like that, you're not really looking around anymore. You're not listening. You're not smelling. All you can smell is the delicious water. And therefore, it leaves you very, very vulnerable. Anything could sneak up on you from behind. But luckily, when you're in a large herd, and not everyone's drinking, then you know that the others can look out for you. And that's the beautiful thing about impala. They alert one another. So beautiful. That's my wonderful, delightful Game Drive radio. See, they're nervous. And if you look at that beautiful counter shading they have on their side, it's known as dorsoventral shading. And it's breaking up their 3D form, if you like. So it's darker on top, then it gets lighter and lighter. There's almost 3 different panels. You've got the dark tawny colour. Then in the middle, you've got a really, really pale tawny colour. And then underneath, you've got that white belly. And this is to break up the 3D form. And it goes down the way from dark to light against the sun. Now, many animals have counter shading, and it's not all dorsoventral. That's normally just for mammals, but even fish. A lot of fish have counter shading as well, and that's a form of camouflage. 1, to break up the body's outline, and 2, if you're a shark underneath, an apex predator, and you are swimming at the bottom on the seabed and you look up, everything is light because the sun is beaming down on the surface of the water. So a lot of fish are, just like manta rays actually, are very light underneath. Now, if you're an aerial predator, in the form of a seabird, or a shark that's swimming on the surface looking for food, as you look down, it's dark into the great depths of the ocean. So a lot of fish are dark on the top side, including manta rays, so that they blend into the background. And that's also counter shading. Lots of different animals have it. But impalas are quite immaculate, the way the colours just blend into one another like that. See how carefully that one on the right made the decision where to drink. PPV, you're asking about the birds. These are the oxpeckers. And they land on many different herbivores, ranging from rhinos to giraffes. You'll find the red-billed oxpeckers. You do get yellow-billed as well, but the red-billed are the most common around here. And impala is sort of your minimum size antelope that you will find them. You won't really find them on any antelope smaller than impala. And they're plucking out the ticks. It's a wonderful symbiotic relationship that's still under a lot of question in science, because it was originally thought that it was a mutually symbiotic relationship. The oxpeckers are going to pluck off all the ticks and eat them, so the oxpeckers get food and the impala get, cleaned. Removal of all those nasty parasites. The oxpeckers also get a free ride and free alerts if there's any danger approaching. But actually, it's said to be quite a parasitic relationship in science now, because the oxpeckers try to open up wounds, dig a little deeper, and drink the impala's blood.
bushpeckers do a good job cleaning animals. Now here we have these lions that they always... Oh, look, they're about to mate now. This is now the third time we're watching this. How nice. Oh. Yes. Viewers, remember we're coming to you live from the Maasai Mara. Please send us your questions, #WildEarth, and for the young viewers, kids questions at wildearth.tv, and on the YouTube comment section at FC. Now, I suspect this is almost towards the ending of this mating, because it takes a bit of a while before it goes on. When lions first start mating, maybe when the lioness is first in estrus, then it's always fast, maybe 4 times in a minute, in an hour, maybe after every 15 minutes. But it seems like the way she keeps on pushing this male off, seems like it's almost towards the end of the mating. Look at how she's snarling at the lion to keep him off. Yeah, this is almost, maybe I'm suspecting this is almost their 4th day, 3rd or 4th day. Yeah. So we'll be leaving them here, and I'm sure maybe in the evening they'll not have wandered off too far.
We tried to catch up with the elephants, but sadly no luck. But we are watching a warthog now and a blacksmith lapwing. Of course, the warthog is also thirsty. The blacksmith lapwing, I think, is trying to catch lots of little insects to feed on. And normally around these mammals, there are plenty of flies, especially the ones that like to wallow around in mud. I think flies like to sit on them too, so that they can collect all that moisture. But it's nice for a change that the blacksmith lapwing has not been chasing the warthog, because we know that they're very territorial birds and typically chase anything that gets too close. Although I don't know if I would want to challenge a warthog. They can be also quite feisty, and actually they can be very stubborn. But it is nice to see. But there is still lots happening at the dam. So most of the elephants have moved off into the thicket as we got round. We just saw bums disappearing into the bushes. But we have got a collared elephant bull on the far left. And it is one of the elephant bulls that we saw the other day. And his name is Dex. So he's quite young still. He's supposedly between 21 and 25 years of age, somewhere around there. It's nice to see the characters, so I'm hoping that Gap, who's another really, really big elephant, he's also collared. He's got quite nice tusks. They were last seen together, so I hope that he comes around and joins the pool party too. Although it's not quite a pool party just yet. It's more just of a tanning session day. Drinks by the watering hole. Now, obviously, we see elephants at this watering hole and at the other watering holes every single day. So, Catherine, elephants have to drink lots of water. They typically need to drink once a day, and they need to drink anywhere between 100 and 120 liters of water. It depends on what book you read. They don't necessarily drink that amount of water in one go. It kind of depends, I think, on the situation and sort of the terrain and where they're living and water availability. We're quite lucky in this area is that there is lots of water around. It's not all on top of one another, but for an elephant, it's not a far walk. So, they might have a drink now this morning, a couple of trunkfuls, and then a little bit later on in the day, they could head off and have a bit of a mud wallow and spray themselves with water and then drink again. So it depends. But if, for example, you're maybe an elephant in Etosha in Namibia, where these springs only occur every couple of kilometers, and when I say kilometers, there's huge distances between them, then they might spend, some time at a watering hole. So here they depending again on what's happening, but sometimes, especially with the bulls, they tend to linger and they'll spend an hour around here just frolicking about. Otherwise, they're here for just a couple of minutes and then off they go again. But it's awesome to see like the species diversity that we do get to see at Ndlovu Dam. It's never just one animal here. There's always so many, and that's why I enjoy spending the days here, especially when it's hot.
That's correct, Taylor. Out in Africa, diversity will be seen everywhere. Like me having elands here and zebras, two different species, and imagining in the grass there, we'll have lots of rats and mice and lizards, butterflies, and all sorts of insects you'd think of. Now, when you talk of the migration in the Maasai Mara, these two species come in play, but most of us will always look or think of the many numbers or huge herds of the wildebeest, but the zebras and elands tag along, and the number of wildebeest is always followed by the zebras, and a smaller number, maybe I would say 20% of the total population of the migration being the elands. I'm just loving seeing those zebras wagging the tails. We have seen like leopards when they wag their tails, if they pick an intent of wanting to hunt, or how they would communicate their brain with the tail movement. But not sure the same case here with the zebras, because here they're feeding, but for both of these zebras, pew, 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 pew. Back in the village I come from, we used to make so many fly whisks from tails of zebras, but the best ones came from the tails of the wildebeest. And I'm saying the best one because they would last a lot longer. But when you look at the softness of the fly whisk compared between the zebras and the wildebeest, the zebras is a little softer than from the wildebeest. So zebras are non-ruminants, so they have to maximize eating, unlike the buffaloes we were watching before. They have to spend almost the whole day eating. If they'll have to slow down at night, because if they slow, they'll not be regurgitating or chewing cud like the ruminant animals or the other ungulates that do that. Beautiful elands, large animals, large antelopes rather. And you can tell the males in terms of size. Here, both females and males will have the horns. The males, of course, having a little bigger horns, sharp horns. When they use them to fight, we'll see once in a while the males will do that when fighting for dominance, which of course culminates into getting the breeding rates. Very beautiful background we have there of a stream of where you see the tree line, and part of it on the backdrop of the Lolo escarpment, and the usual iconic trees, shepherd trees of the Maasai Mara ecosystem, which extends all the way, when you see in the back there, to the Serengeti National Park in Tanzania. Not sure I like the way the elands are wagging or moving their tails. I still believe the zebras are doing a better job with their tails than the elands. Can hear some crickets in the grass there. Some cisticolas or grass birds chirping and calling. Beautiful camera work there, Bungay. But look carefully, they only seem to be grazing on the greener grass and not the drier one. Of course, for the obvious reasons. But also in the process, they'll pick bits and pieces of the dry grass. Not one zebra is similar to the other. When you look at the black and white stripes there, each one zebra is different, just like our thumbprint. I'll be slowly trying to study the differences between these two zebras for the next few minutes.
I think we have the exact same male that Niels and I had at Buffelshoek Dam yesterday. It's quite easy to identify by how dark he is, and he's got a huge scar on his neck. I have a funny feeling it's the same male. They can walk great distances with those long legs. You see, he's quite scarred on the face, very bald, so handsome. And giraffes can eat, obviously it depends on the difference between male and female, but on average they consume around 34 kilograms of delicious foliage per day. And they tend to go for the deciduous foliage in rainy season, summer, and then obviously in the harsher winter times they will eat the evergreen species, the leaves on the evergreens. But their favourite food in spring for sure is the knobthorn flowers. Giraffes love the knobthorn flowers. I've considered tasting them myself, actually, because they smell so wonderful. It always makes me think, I wonder what they taste like. They spend most of their day feeding. And they do require water as well. Some mammals don't. They're quite water independent, but there's a lot of mammals that are water dependent. I didn't catch any name there, but giraffes generally feed every single day. They're very mobile with their feeding. They'll just walk great distances and feed every single day. There's normally really not a day that they don't feed. It's from you, Kev. And they're also known to sort of do osteophagia, which is where they will chew bones on a regular basis if their body's obviously telling them that they need to supplement with calcium and phosphorus. And we call this osteophagia. Kudu do it as well. It's not just giraffes. So you will see them chewing on bones, which is really bizarre. And they also do something called geophagia, and this is when they eat the soil. So it looks like they're eating mud, which they are, but they're trying to get any macro or even micronutrients and minerals that are in the soil, possibly even salt. So they are dependent on water, but you will only find them drinking every 2 to 3 days because they get a lot of moisture from the leaves they eat, especially in rainy season. So you won't really find them drinking every day, but you will find them eating every day. Kev, 34 kilograms is a lot of foliage to eat, a lot of organic matter every single day. And of course, they're large organisms. They've got to meet their energy requirements and fulfill their budgets daily. So we're going to bumble towards quarantine and see if we can find anything for the last part of today's drive.
Well, that sounds like a lot of fun. We've got all the bulls here, just interacting with one another, having chats, sharing stories, I'm sure, telling jokes. Well, that's what I'd do if I was an elephant. And, of course, drinking water. I would would not like to drink this water. That's for sure. Like, I'm sure the elephants also turn their nose up to it just every now and then, like, oh, I wish there was something else that we could drink, because of all the buffalo that have been in here, and you can imagine the things that buffalo do in this water. And then I've also seen the elephants doing terrible things inside here too, defecating, urinating, and then swimming in it. And then the next minute the trunk goes in and they slurp it up and spray it straight into their mouths. I couldn't think of anything worse. But their digestive systems are designed to handle all sorts of things that we as humans deem gross and disgusting. Anyways, they've got much stronger stomachs and are able to handle all the bacterias and little parasites and things that are living in them. Well, better than we could ever. I reckon if I were to take a cup and have a full glass of that water, I wouldn't be able to go on a game drive for about 4 days. I'd probably also lose about 20 kilograms in the process. So, goodness gracious. Yeah, you wouldn't want to be drinking that. What you doing, elephant? There's Dex, just with his trunk on his head now. I love how they're all chatting to one another. No, we can't hear anything, of course, that they're saying. Because most of the time, elephants will be fairly quiet to our useless ears. But they are constantly communicating with one another. Body language also plays a big part in communication too. But you'll see, they'll stick their trunks into one another's mouths. And that's, of course, how elephants will say hello, or smell one another. And these younger boys are going to learn a lot from the older bulls. Not quite Dex, he's also still got a lot to learn. But from that one that's in the middle, who seems to be the biggest of them all, I don't know who it is. I've been seeing loads and loads of bulls. Oh, there's a bit of interaction. I thought that might happen. Look at Dex. He's going right down onto his knees just about. So I think he knows that he's nowhere near big enough to challenge the bull on the right-hand side. But of course you can't get better if you don't have an opponent that's more experienced or stronger than you. You could learn a few tricks, but this is, of course, all very peaceful interactions, yeah. I think Dex is being quite respectful. But if that bull on the right really wanted to, he could give all of these youngsters a bit of a hiding. And that happens often, and it's really important we talk about it all the time. And I'm sure you all heard about what happened in the Pilanesberg. A number of years ago, there were no big dominant elephant bulls, and there was eventually a really sort of sad story that came of it. These young adolescents, sort of bulls of this age, that aren't quite mature enough or shouldn't have mating rights. The females were obviously putting up a bit of a fight, saying, no, we're not mating with you, and they started taking their frustrations out on rhinos, which was terrible. So they eventually brought in some really big elephant bulls from Kruger, and they gave them all a hiding, and that solved the problem. So learning manners in the elephant's sort of family system is very important, even when they leave the breeding herd. But they do learn a lot of manners from the females while they're still growing up. Look at that one elephant investigating around the collar, and that is on Dex. And just having a smell. Going, I wonder what that is. That's quite nice. Where did you get that from? How old do I have to be before I get my collar? Perhaps he's deemed as some kind of celebrity now, that he wears that thing. But all the information that they're gathering, movements, how long they stay stationary for, all these different types of things, is so valuable to us so that we can constantly keep understanding the elephants and how we can protect them.
I do not know who would not love elephants, and especially for their day-to-day lives or their behavior. I've always said again and again, elephants will keep you engaged and busy throughout the day, unlike the hippos that I got in this waterhole here. Now, these two hippos here, and I do not know whether they're males or females or a male and a female, I've been thinking whether we would be able to give them a name. The last few months we have had so much rainfall in the Maasai Mara, and I think this particular hole naturally collected water, and these two hippos moved in here. I do not know how long this water hole will hold the water, because as soon as, of course, it dries up, these hippos are gone. But I'm thinking with the continued rains we have in the Mara, if they're going to remain here, we'll need to give them a name. Andrea, hippos in water, they're very protective. And we have had cases, Andrea, like where I come from in my village, we would go fetch water in certain areas, be it lakes or be it a water hole like this, or rivers where, Andrea, we had hippos. And we used to get very clear instructions from our parents, and especially from our mothers. Make sure there's a particular time you go get the water, not very early and not very late, because there's the time the hippos will be coming out of the water. And what would happen is the hippos have known with the time that on land, the fight with them could be 50-50. But in water, chances are it could be 90-10, 90 hippos winning and you losing. Now, Andrea, I was talking of maybe getting some names for these hippos, because I have really liked your question, that if the rains will continue, we are on the onset now of the short rains in Kenya and more so here in the Maasai Mara. I'm imagining the water here will remain permanent. And if it does, or that happens, these hippos will not be going anywhere. In that position, rather difficult to tell, as I said earlier, male from a female, but once in a while, when the males are displaying, when the males want to be aggressive, we'll always see them showing their huge canines, and that could be the only easy way to tell the males from females. I want to spend a few minutes here and find out if that may happen.
So a character that I don't know if I've shown you at the watering hole just yet, but not a stranger to anybody around a safari camp, because the Ngala, those are two male Ngala, along with the females, which I'm not sure where they are normally in camp every single day. They're like the garden service, the ones that we don't mind because they don't tear down trees and leave branches in the road. They just quietly just nibble on all the leaves and keep the hedges trimmed quite nicely, which is awesome. Hello, boys. There's a younger one. He's also snapped the tip of his horn. Off he goes. And you can also see all the impala rams that are here now. I don't think you're going to be able to hear them making that gurgling sound as the wind has picked up a little bit. But they are going to get very riled up in a minute, and hopefully they are chasing one another around, but I don't think you can see it. It's just behind some bushes. There are a few of them come out. I think this is exactly what's happening in South Africa at the moment, now that we're allowed to go back to the gyms and that type of thing. Here are all the boys showing their muscles off and how strong they are and how fit they got during lockdown. And no, I'm just teasing. But it's quite funny to watch them. That's kind of what it reminds me of. And then the two gentle giants just over there with their trunks stretched out so nicely. We are so happy. I think everybody will agree with me, all the ones in South Africa at least, that we're happy to have the sunshine back and the cold weather has finally disappeared. But it has been a very successful morning, I think, for all the guides on safari. You've seen so many different types of predators and, of course, all the different mammals and their interactions. We're very lucky to, of course, be able to do this every single day. So if this is your first time just joining us, perhaps you're catching the end of the show, remember you can watch us every single day, and we would love it if you could also chat to us, because this is a live and interactive safari. But from all of us at all the different locations, a big thank you very much. And we hope to see you again this afternoon on the Sunset Safari.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer